In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning and welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you the best of what's happening in the world of sports today. Well, you know, yesterday a lot of Premier League actions took place, and there are other news about the Super Eagles and things happening around the NFF, things happening around the Super Eagles head coach and the Super Eagles players, of course. I'm going to bring you that in full details. But first of all, let's see what it is and how it is this day in the sports newspaper as we look into the headlines and things that are already happening as it's trending and as it is right now. Let's see the sports update and let's see the sports newspaper. All right, you see Eagles await World Cup fate ahead of playoffs. And if you look at the other side of the right side of the paper, you will see Rosenio slams online critics. And up at the far right, you will see Falconets storm Deca for World Cup qualifier. Then you look at just next to it, Milan open to 24 million euros Chukwueze sale. And let's just stay with Wabali, because Wabali is on the news today. He has been on the news since yesterday, where he applied and gave his best already to Chippa United as their goalkeeper. But just a few days ago, he said that he's not going to continue, and they had a mutual agreement. He said that they are going separate ways on a mutual consent, and that the T club is happy. He also is happy. Then this morning, we're having in the news that he has no offers. What is that actually? He is saying that he has no offers from any club. So that's not the reason why he's leaving Chippa United. That's not the reason why he's leaving that South African side. Of course, you know, Chippa United had to wait till the end of the transfer window before they accepted his verdict. And also, it was when 2 to 3 weeks ago, during the AFCON roundup, that they had to give him that they just had to tell him, okay, you can go on with your own decision. That was what happened. And I think I showed you the letter just around that time. They wrote a letter, an official letter, wishing him well, strengthening him, and, you know, giving him the best of their wishes for him. Now we are going to was the Eric Chelle side. You will see that Eric Chelle is said to be committed to the Super Eagles, said the NFF boss. And you will see that in the news about Eric Chelle, that the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, has dismissed claims that Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle could be lured away from the job by other African teams. Chelle recently guided Nigeria to a third-place finish at the 2025 African Cup of Nations, and despite failing to win a fourth title, he received the backing of the players to remain in charge. I said it yesterday that players like Frank Onyeka, Victor Osimhen, and the rest of them, they have backed Eric Chelle to stay. They said that they actually have a coach, someone who can guide them through in their career, and worst come to worst, they are going to be with him, they're going to stay with him. And you know that there's a Richelle of a man who took Super Eagles to the third place in the AFCON. He had to reinforce the midfield. He brought in great guys who were great footballers, of course, from the Nigerian side. And one of the criticisms that we've had so far about the Super Eagles head coach is that he did not use any home-based players for the AFCON. And that has been a question all across the social media. Why was there no home-based player selected for the AFCON? But that's not what we're going to look into today. We're just going to look into what he said. He said that, however, reports began to emerge after the tournament that countries such as Tunisia, Guinea, Angola, and his former employers, Mali, were interested in hiring him. According to multiple sources, Tunisian football authorities have sounded out the coach and are reportedly willing to offer a salary of about $100,000 per month. That's what they are willing to offer to him, that according to rumors. Amid interest from this country, Gusau has reiterated the coach's commitment to the Super Eagles job. He said that we still have a one-year contract with Eric, and whatever interest anyone shows in him, we have to wait until his contract expires, the NFF boss said on Tuesday. It's not just about interest in him because he has gotten results with the Super Eagles. Even if they offer him more money, do they have the necessary materials for him to work with? Why is he throwing this kind of jab? Why is he throwing this kind of... why is he just talking this way? Of course. And it sounded very, very like a constructive something that you always would hear from just ordinary or normal pundits. I think this man is the greatest of all time for making this kind of comments. That's actually what he said. He said, even if they have the money, do they actually have the material to bring it? That means Nigeria, from his own point, has all it takes, both the man and the material and the resources it takes to get him into what is really happening. And that's actually a wonderful thing for me. But of course, you know that champions attract champions. You know what that means, that champions would always attract champions. And in this case, Richelle is being, even if it's not just a rumor, it is the truth. Even if it's just not the truth, it is a rumor. Now, it tells you that you have to step up with your game to make sure the coach is fine, to make sure that he is doing what he should do very well. Because if you don't do that, you could lose him. You could actually lose him to another side. You could lose him to Guinea, or even his former employers, that's Mali. And that is how it is. And let's go back to the newspaper headline. Let's see what is happening just all over the place. And we are seeing that Salah in talks with Saudi giants. Salah, he's in talks with Saudi giants. Well, before we go over to this whole thing, let's talk about the news. We have Jesus. He is topping Milan striking options. Jesus is topping Milan striking options. When I said Jesus, people were like, oh my, is it your savior? Is it the savior? No. I think we should pronounce it as Jesus, because from this side of where we are coming from, we call the name Jesus. Then when it is this great Brazilian striker and other names, we call them Jesus. So I think Jesus Gabriel, he is going to be at the top of Milan's striking options. Of course, he has done a lot of great stuff when he played when he's playing for Arsenal. He came from injury and registered a goal. He told these guys, he just silenced the critics, I'm not playing. And as he scored that goal, he just had to started changing a lot of stuff for Arsenal. He became one of the best options after the guy who knows how to flip his hair more than he knows how to flip the ball into the net. I'm talking about Gyökeres. You know, when you talk about Arsenal, there is this special jibe, this special issue that people have with Arsenal about their players and how they actually respond to things. And I'm telling you that Gyökeres looks like he has silenced his critics, but we are not still sure until we see the fixtures they will have today. Of course, let's go back to the newspaper. Let's see what the fixture is for today. When you look at what we have in the fixtures today, you will see that Arsenal is on the bait to win and make a mark. Today, we're seeing Arsenal trying to do something today, and we're also seeing Manchester City are already moving for something. They're already on the verge of having it work out for them. And also looking at what is going on there, you would still see that there are other teams who have their games today. And just yesterday, Manchester United also played their own game, which you know that this team, they are going for they are going for the last 5 winning games in a row. They are going for the last 5 winning games in a row. It has not happened for a while. So, and there's this guy that has been trending on the internet. Thank you, Premier League, for that graphics. There's this guy that has been trending on the internet that says he will not barb his hair if Manchester United, he will barb his hair, of course, if Manchester United wins 5 games in a row. So he was about to, do that yesterday, but when the second half started, just at the neck of second half, West Ham had to score. Of course, you know that the weather condition was very bad. The pitch was not something good. Now, almost at the end of the game, at the neck of time, Benjamin Sesko had to reply. Of course, there were all the failed attempts. And I'm going to bring you the in-depth analysis of what actually happened in this match. But I'm going to skip it a bit to go to Chelsea, because Chelsea looks like they have a tie with Manchester United, because these two people, they are just like, if I win, you win, okay? Say, okay. If I don't win, you don't win, okay? You say, okay. If I lose, you lose, okay? Okay. Just the same yesterday. You will see that Chelsea, first half, were doing well. Joao Pedro has not scored even the assist. He has not even handball assist. He could not score. Thank God for Rosenio that came from RC Strasbourg. That's Chelsea's new coach right now. If not, Joao Pedro would not even have been scoring any goal at all. Now, Joao Pedro scored at 24th. Then Cole Palmer, Cole Palmer. There's nobody that it looks like there's something that is happening. Cole Palmer last match scored a hat-trick. Two goals were penalty. Now he scored a penalty just yesterday. First half, these guys were doing well. Now guess what happened? They had a penalty, and it was when they removed Cucurella that the problem of Chelsea started. Are we now saying that Cucurella, who came to Premier League, who was struggling before, he has seen his balance? Well, I don't think, but look at Okafor. Okafor had to reply. Now, everybody, even the enemies of Chelsea and the Chelsea of the enemies, everybody was shocked when Cole Palmer, at the 94th minute, Cole Palmer could not register a goal in the open net. We should call Cole Palmer penalty. Penalty, because if it's not penalty, Cole Palmer will not score. That is just what we are seeing right now. But I told you that today I just have to be nicer and have to be a great, I have to be in my oracle mode so that I can give you how it is. And yesterday also we had Newcastle United. They played their game yesterday. And the way these guys celebrated that win against Tottenham, I feel there is actually a problem with Newcastle. Why are you shouting like this before the camera? What kind of goal did you score that you are shouting like this before the camera? And I don't know actually the kind of goal you scored, but these guys played a wonderful goal. Theo had to score at the extra minutes of the first half of the first 45 minutes, and Ramsey had to make it 2 at the 68th minute, and Tottenham had to reply. One thing about Tottenham this season is that they play so serious. You would think they are going to score 30. You think that these guys are willing. And what is actually happening to Tottenham is something that I don't even know. But I think they are really going to find it interesting in the coming days. And we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We are really going to see what happens with Tottenham. But I'm still asking this guy, why are you shouting this way? What kind of goal did you score? what kind of goal did you score? Now, still on the news and how it has been going, you would see that Cesc Fabregas. Cesc Fabregas, he is the head coach of Como. Cesc Fabregas has eliminated Napoli just in the Coppa Italia, and this is the first after how many years, since 1985-1986 season, that Como is going to the next phase of Coppa Italia. And I will say congratulations to Cesc Fabregas. He has done a great job for Como, and we are going to see him as an Arsenal legend, as a Barcelona legend, and now he is on the coaching side doing what he knows best how to do. All right. I think this is where we're going to call it a morning. We're calling it a day today, and I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much for watching. I am your one and only sports oracle. I'm going to be here again tomorrow, same time, same station on Aneke TV. Make sure you tune in 8:30. We have kicked off. Have a wonderful morning. Keep sporting. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Nigeria advances electronic transmission of election results as Senate approves new measure. And on the foreign scene, Zimbabwe cabinet approves plan to extend President Mnangagwa's tenure to 2030. And in business, Dangote refinery reduces petrol price to 774 naira per litre. And now to the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved key appointments across federal agencies targeting the power and science sectors. Engineer Desayo Olusegun Michael was appointed Managing Director and CEO of the Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency. A new Nigerian Electricity Management Service Agency board was constituted with representation from all 6 geopolitical zones. Aliyu Abdulaziz was appointed Executive Director of Technical Services, while Ikechi Clara Nwosu was named Chairman. The restructuring is aimed at enhancing oversight of electrical installations and the safety of the national grid. In the science sector, Honorable Magaji Dao Aliyu was appointed Managing Director of the Shedder Science and Technology Complex in Abuja. These moves are intended to strengthen governance and drive innovation in critical national sectors. Additionally, President Tinubu forwarded nomination of Amina Gamawa and Abdullahi Mukhtar to the Senate for confirmation as Commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. These appointments aim to fill vital gaps in economic and technological governance as the administration enters the second quarter of 2026. The Nigerian Senate has voted to approve electronic transmission of election results from polling units. Presiding officers are now required to upload results directly to the IREV portal immediately after voting concludes. The manual form EC8A will remain the reference only when electronic submission is impossible. Senate Chief Whip Mohammed Monguno led the motion to reconsider Clause 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, reversing the earlier rejection. Supporters say the amendment promotes transparency and accountability, while critics warn the fallback to manual forms could create loopholes for malpractice. Senate President Godswill Akpabio emphasized that the law balances modernization with the need for a paper trail, allowing technology to drive efficiency while maintaining safeguards in case of technical failures. Meanwhile, the Senate has set up a 12-member committee to align its Electoral Act amendment bill with the version passed by the House of Representatives. The move comes after public backlash over some provisions of the proposed changes. Senate President Godswill Akpabio described the process as urgent, stressing that harmonization must ensure consistency between both chambers. The committee's expansion followed consultation with Senate leadership. Once harmonization is completed, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is expected to sign the amended Electoral Act into law this month. The bill's finalization is considered critical for preparing the legal framework ahead of the next general elections. The Court of Appeal Abuja Division has taken a pivotal step to resolve the protracted leadership crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, as it moves to harmonize multiple appeals arising from conflicting court rulings. The development follows a Federal High Court judgment in Ibadan which nullified the party's November 2025 National Convention that ushered in the Mr. Tanimu Turaki-led National Working Committee. The decision reignited tensions within the party, which has been grappling with internal divisions since the 2023 general elections. At the Abuja sitting, the Appellate Court is reviewing 3 divergent judgments delivered by separate Federal High Court divisions, Abuja by Justice Peter Lifu and James Omotosho, and Ibadan by Justice Uche. The harmonization process seeks to reconcile these conflicting rulings and deliver a definitive legal resolution to the leadership impasse. Prominent PDP figures, including National Working Committee Chairman Tanimu Turaki and Governors Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State and Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, were present during proceedings, highlighting the national significance of this case. Legal analysts say the outcome of the appeal is crucial not only for the party's internal cohesion, but also for its political strategy ahead of future elections. The Court of Appeal is expected to issue a landmark judgment that could end months of uncertainty and restore clarity in the PDP's leadership structure. The Nigerian Army and Abia State Police have reaffirmed collaboration to combat crime in the state. Brigadier General A.M. Diko, commander of the 14th Brigade, emphasized deep cooperation as key to sustaining relative peace. Abia State Commissioner of Police Danladi Isa described the military as a principal partner in maintaining law and order. He stressed that institutional duties are complementary, not competitive. The partnership aims to optimize resources and intelligence sharing, creating a hostile environment for kidnappers and bandits. Both leaders pledged continued synergy between the military and police to guarantee the safety of Abia residents. The Enugu State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Beatrice Giwa, has directed all officers across the state to intensify efforts to tackling crime, urging proactive and strategic policing to ensure the safety of citizens. The directive was issued during the monthly Strategic Security Conference held at the Senior Police Officers Mess on Abani Road, Enugu. The meeting brought together senior officers, including area commanders and divisional police officers, to align on operational priorities and strengthen law enforcement across the state. Speaking at the conference, Mr. Giwa commended officers for their past achievements in maintaining public safety and reducing crime in various communities. However, he warned that any form of unprofessional conduct, negligence, or dereliction of duty would attract strict sanctions under the command's disciplinary framework. The Commissioner emphasized that the command-wide operational strategy, which focuses on rapid response, enhanced patrols, and intelligence-led policing, remains central to sustaining law and order. He urged officers to collaborate closely with local communities, traditional leaders, and other security agencies to build trust and strengthen security networks at the grassroots level. Senior officers in attendance pledged a commitment to the Commissioner's directive, vowing to reinforce enforcement, maintain discipline within the ranks, and ensure that crime-fighting efforts are consistent and visible across the state. Observers note that the renewed focus on strategic policing comes amid rising security concerns in parts of Enugu State, with authorities determined to ensure that residents live in a safe and secure environment. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) has taken a decisive step to enhance security in Enugu State, unveiling 2 new divisional headquarters and an area command in Igbo-Etiti local government area. The development underscores the agency's commitment to proactive community engagement and intelligence-led policing. The inauguration, attended by security officials, community leaders, and local government representatives, featured the handover of modern infrastructure built under the supervision of Igbo-Etiti Local Government Council Chairman Dr. Eric Odo. In addition to the facilities, an operational vehicle was presented to the NSCDC to boost patrols and rapid response capabilities across the local government area. Speaking at the event, NSCDC Commander General Professor Abubakar Audi emphasized the importance of collaboration among security agencies, government authorities, and local communities. No single entity can tackle insecurity alone, he said. It is only through partnership and effective coordination that we can ensure the safety and security of our citizens. The newly commissioned facilities are expected to improve intelligence gathering, strengthen surveillance, and enhance rapid deployment in times of emergency. Community leaders expressed optimism that the initiative would deepen security coverage, reduce crime, and promote sustained peace and development in Igbo-Etiti. Dr. Eric Odo, who oversaw the construction of the facilities, described the development as a critical investment in the safety and well-being of residents. Security is the foundation of development. By equipping our NSCDC officers with modern infrastructure and mobility, we are ensuring a safe environment for all, he said. The NSCDC's move aligns with broader efforts across Nigeria to reinforce local security structures, prevent crime, and foster trust between law enforcement agencies and communities. Observers say that such initiatives, when coupled with community collaboration, would serve as a model for tackling insecurity in other regions. Governor Similai Fubara of River State has appointed 5 new permanent secretaries to strengthen the state administrative machinery. The appointees are Vincent Wogu Wachuku, Cordelia Uwuma Eke, Ifeanyi Antonio Boma, Mina Gogo, Jim Jaja and Henry Uzo. The head of civil service in Yingi, S.I. Brown, announced the appointment yesterday. The new officials are expected to begin duties immediately after the swearing-in ceremony scheduled at Government House, Port Harcourt. This follows a broader executive restructuring months after 11 permanent secretaries were installed last year. The appointment reflects the administration's commitment to rewarding merit and ensuring continuity in delivering the governor's development agenda. The University of Cambridge has agreed to return 116 looted artifacts known as the Benin Bronze to Nigeria. The artifacts were seized by British forces during the 1897 Benin City occupation. The transfer follows requests from Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments and approval from the UK Charity Commission. Most items will be returned to Lagos and Benin City, while 17 will remain on a 3-year loan for research. Artifacts include metal sculptures, ceremonial heads of kings, and brass jewelry. Nigeria officials describe the move as restoring historical pride and dignity lost during colonial occupation. The repatriation is one of the largest by a British institution, setting a precedent for other museums holding colonial-era collections. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on our socials, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Senate moves Nigeria closer to electronic transmission of election results. And coming up shortly, Zimbabwe cabinet plans to keep President Mnangagwa in office until 2030. Dangote refinery cuts petrol price to 774 naira per litre. We'll be right back.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who's up.
Proposal seeks to increase presidential terms from 5 to 7 years. If passed, the changes tagged the 2030 agenda would allow the 83-year-old Mnangagwa to bypass the current 2028 term limit. Mnangagwa has been in power since a 2017 military-backed transition. The ruling ZANU-PF party says the amendments will ensure political stability and policy continuity. Opposition leaders and civil rights groups describe the move as an attack on democracy, wanting it circumvents the constitutionally required referendum. The announcement comes amid a collapse in the economy and reports of crackdowns on dissent. Security forces have detained dozens of activists protesting the extension. While the bill requires a 2/3 parliamentary majority, ZANU-PF's dominance suggests likely passage, raising concerns over potential civil unrest. Zambia's High Court has ordered Dalito Lungu, son of late former President Edgar Lungu, to surrender assets valued at over $1.3 million. The forfeiture includes 79 vehicles, a shopping mall, a petrol station, and multiple high-end apartments in Lusaka. The court ruled that Dalito, 39, failed to provide credible evidence explaining how he acquired such wealth on a civil servant salary. He claims of commercial farming and family support were dismissed due to lack of documentation. Lawyers for Dalito Lungu have announced plans to appeal, framing the ruling as politically motivated. The decision intensifies the ongoing tension between the current administration under President Hakainde Hichilema and the Lungu estate. Meanwhile, Edgar Lungu's burial remains unresolved. His body has been held in a South African funeral home since June 2025 as the family resists repatriation for a state funeral. The legal battles over the estate and remains continue to dominate public discourse. Sao Paulo state has legalized the burial of pets in family graves and mausoleums. Governor Tarcísio de Freitas signed the Bob Coviro law named after a dog that lived at a cemetery for 10 years following its owner's death. The legislation recognizes pets as integral members of the family, allowing cats and dogs to be interred alongside their owners. Brazil is home to over 160 million companion animals, ranking third globally in pet population. The law comes amid national discussions on animal welfare sparked by public outcry over the killing of a community dog in Florianopolis. Lawmakers are also moving to protect the cultural significance of street dogs. The move reflects a growing pet economy, including luxury pet services and products. Officials hope the law strengthens bonds between humans and animals while addressing prejudice against non-pedigree pets across the state. The UK Prime Minister, Mr. Keir Starmer, has rejected calls to resign following controversy over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to Washington. Mandelson faces scrutiny over alleged past ties to Jeffrey Epstein and possible leaks of sensitive government information. Starmer emphasized his commitment to the mandate given by voters, urging party members to prioritize unity amid growing public criticism. His decision follows the loss of two senior aides within 48 hours, adding to the political pressure. Labour leaders, including Angela Rayner and Andy Bonham, have publicly backed Starmer, offering a temporary reprieve from leadership challenges. Critics argue, however, that his judgment regarding Mandelson has damaged his credibility. The Prime Minister continues to defend the appointment as a strategic move for party cohesion, even as scrutiny and allegations surrounding Mandelson persist. Analysts warn the controversy could have long-term political implications for his premiership. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick appeared before a Senate subcommittee to answer questions about his ties to convicted financier Jeffrey Epstein. Lutnick insisted his interaction with Epstein were minimal, contradicting documents placing him at Epstein's private island in 2012. Additional records indicate Lutnick invited Epstein to a high-profile fundraiser in 2015, contradicting his prior testimony. Senators, including Chris Van Hollen, pressed him on discrepancies in his statements and past claims. Despite bipartisan calls for resignation, the White House maintains full support for Lutnick. Spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt described him as a vital member of the administration. Lutnick reiterated his innocence, claiming no wrongdoing. However, lawmakers such as Adam Schiff and Thomas Massey argue inconsistencies in his testimony undermine his credibility and may threaten his continued tenure. The European Union has approved a major overhaul of its asylum system, enabling fast-track rejection and deportation to third countries considered safe. The amended rules allow asylum seekers to be sent to countries like Egypt and Tunisia, even if they have no personal connection. The new framework permits the creation of return hubs outside EU territories, similar to Italy's arrangements with Albania. The changes aim to streamline processing and reduce migration pressures. Humanitarian organizations have criticized the policy, claiming it violates international protection and may put vulnerable people at risk. Amnesty International warns it undermines commitments to the 1951 Refugee Convention. The policy awaits formal approval from all 24 EU member states. Advocates warn that the overhaul signals a broader shift towards a fortress Europe strategy, heightening tensions over migration across the continent. The British government has called on Israel to reverse its decision to tighten control over the West Bank, describing the move as a violation of international law. The UK joined other international critics, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, in condemning the measures. Israel's Security Cabinet recently expanded settlement powers and administrative control over occupied territories. Critics warn this could lead to de facto annexation and further undermine the two-state solution. British officials described any unilateral change to Palestinian lands as wholly unacceptable and warned of potential regional instability. The UK urged adherence to international legal standards as the only viable solution. The global community continues to monitor developments closely. Diplomatic pressure is mounting to prevent escalation and preserve prospects for peace in the region. The Enugu state government has ordered the closure of all Bed Niger operations within the state. The move followed violations of regulatory requirements and a High Court ex parte order authorizing the shutdown. Officials from the State Gaming and Lottery Commission sealed the headquarters of KC Gaming Networks, Bed Niger's parent company. Executive Secretary Prince Arinze Arum said the action was necessary after repeated warnings were ignored. The commission alleges outstanding fees and gross gaming revenue owed to the state, emphasizing that no operator is above the law. Authorities have vowed to continue enforcement across all Bet Niger outlets. The shutdown underscores the state's strict regulatory stance and commitment to financial compliance, signaling that failure to adhere to licensing rule will result in immediate action. IT expert Alexander Oseji has urged Nigerian youth to transform social media activity into sustainable income sources. He emphasized the potential of the creator economy to create millions of jobs globally. Oseji, co-founder of Halos.net, made the call while briefing journalists on the upcoming Learning 247 Halos Summit in Enugu, team building the creator economy and empowering women in tech. He noted that many youths engage with digital platforms for leisure rather than revenue generation. The summit aims to equip women and girls with technology skills and raise awareness about digital opportunities. Oseji highlighted the Halos platform as a resource for content creators, digital entrepreneurs, and remote workers. He stressed that access to smartphones and the internet allows Nigerians to participate in the global economy without geographic restrictions. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the ex-depot price of premium motor spirits (PMS) by 25 naira per litre, lowering the cost from 799 naira to 774 naira. The adjustment takes immediate effect across the country. The refinery's Group Commercial Operations Department confirmed the new benchmark for lifting petrol. Industry experts suggest that if marketers pass on the savings, pump prices may decline nationwide. The price reduction aims to stabilize domestic fuel supply costs and make PMS more accessible to consumers. The 650,000 barrel per day refinery has positioned the move as a strategic intervention in the energy market. Dangote also concluded its PMS lifting incentive program, which offered credits for meeting volume thresholds. The refinery assured partners that all previously earned credits will be processed and reflected in statements. In the meantime, Dangote Petrol Refinery has accused individuals of spreading false information, claiming it imports petrol, contradicting the company's position as a domestic producer. The refinery called the campaign unpatriotic and unscrupulous, aimed at preserving Nigeria's dependency on fuel imports. Allegations appeared in newspaper advertisements and reports, including claims in S&P Global. Dangote denied the accusation, affirming it does not import finished petrol. The company stated it has identified the sources of the misinformation and plans to reveal them publicly. Officials claim the campaign is driven by parties who previously profited from OPEC and NPC refinery transactions. Dangote emphasized that the misinformation undermines the country's energy independence. Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Wabali has confirmed he is open to joining any club matching his ambition. The 29-year-old recently left South Africa's Chippa United and is now a free agent. Wabali's stock rose after his performance at the 2025 African Cup of Nations, where his saves helped Nigeria secure a bronze medal. Clubs across Europe and Middle East and North Africa are reportedly interested in his signature. He stated his priority is joining a project where he can continue to showcase his skills. Wabali emphasized readiness to explore opportunities both locally and internationally. The goalkeeper's transfer saga is expected to attract significant attention during upcoming windows. Analysts predict he will be one of the most sought-after African players in his period. Jigawa Golden Stars have demanded that the Nigeria Football Federation resolve a year-long dispute over an abandoned March 2025 match with Gombe United. The club claims the unresolved appeal affects their planning for the upcoming season. The initial match was called off after an on-field incident leading to fights and orders for a neutral ground replay. Gombe United appeal has delayed final resolution, leaving the outcome in limbo. Golden Stars insist the return fixtures cannot proceed without clarity on the first leg status. The NFF Appeal Committee is under pressure to act quickly, and dispute highlights challenges in enforcing league regulations and maintaining competitive integrity. Nollywood filmmaker Toyin Abraham Ajayemi has joined the Billionaire Club with her 2025 release Over Sabi Auntie, grossing over 1 billion naira at the box office. The achievement places Abraham alongside industry veteran Fukat Kindele and confirms her status as a top Nollywood director. She credited fans known as Story Titans for their support, describing the milestone as a personal triumph amid challenging times. Abraham also promised more global standard production. The filmmaker hinted at international engagement, including events in Canada. Her recent successes reinforces her reputation as a leading creative force in African cinema. Veteran Nollywood actor Peter Doche has dismissed recent claims of his death, calling them a recurring hoax. The 78-year-old, also known as Ebube Dike, has previously been falsely reported dead 7 times since 2012. Edochie remains active in the industry with awards including Member of the Order of the Niger and the AMVCA Industry Merit Award. He expressed frustration at the repeated misinformation but continues to engage in acting projects and public appearances, reaffirming his vitality and presence in Nollywood. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. The Senate has approved a bill allowing the electronic transmission of election results while also providing full manual backups. The measure aims to enhance transparency and credibility in the nation's electoral process. The Zimbabwean cabinet has approved constitutional amendments that would allow President Emmerson Mnangagwa to remain in office until 2030. The proposal includes increasing presidential terms from 5 to 7 years and shifting the power of election to parliament. Dangote Refinery has reduced the price of petrol to 774 naira per litre. The move is expected to ease fuel costs for motorists and help stabilize the domestic energy market. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across our socials and YouTube or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, A powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as JAPA. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of JAPA are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and backing, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Love versus money in Nigeria. What do people think? Is love really enough, or does money always play a role in relationship in Nigeria? We went out to find out.
Of course, yeah. Love can survive without money. It depends on the partner. When both of you are in love, you believe in future, that tomorrow will be better than today. So with the love, with togetherness, you can make it. You grow your family, you grow your love, then money can now come in. But you can see a family where there is money. When you enter there, the money might vanish away and the love will also disappear. But once you have that genuine love will be there, then the money will also be there too. Like myself, I married an average man. He's not wealthy, but they were living together happily, surviving the Nigeria harsh economy. So that's why I said that, yeah, with the current situation in Nigeria, love can still exist without money.
Currently in Nigeria, I'm not sure. It depends. If the two partners are both financially okay, it can. But if it have to do with two broke people, I'm not sure. If I'm broke, I cannot marry a broke guy. I can't think about marriage. So that's it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think love can survive without money. Because love can be exchanged with materials. It's not just about money. And it can be exchanged, it can be shared with value. When you offer value, you are not just offering money, you are also offering hope and any other things that comes with it. It's not just about money. But money helps in spicing it up, though.
Well, it's a very difficult thing, a very difficult situation, if you put it like that, because at times money is what keeps things stable in a house between two people. If there is no money, a lot of problems comes up, a lot of financial issues can cause relationship problems, can cause arguments between the two individuals. So it's not that it cannot happen, but it's very difficult. But it's possible because at times partners can be very supportive of each other and help out no matter the situation that arises. So it just depends on individuals, how they behave and their own traits towards their partner at times when difficulty arises. That's what will determine what will happen.
Of course, it can survive. Love is something that is so mutual and is emotional. So even without money, if you love someone, you can work hard with the person so that the money will come. You get? Like as a lady now, if you meet a man that doesn't have money or a man that has money, as a lady you are supposed to be investing in yourself too. So that even if the guy does not have, you'll be supportive to the person, to the guy that is with you. So love can eventually survive without money. As far as you are hardworking and you have ambitions, I can go with you because I know that once you are working and working, one day it will click and everything will be fine.
Human beings need money to survive. It's not even about love. Every day you live, you must sustain your physical body. So as a human being, for you to live, you need money. Then love is an expression of our living reality. So as long as human beings require money to live and survive, it's already obvious that whatever relationship you are in, you will require money to survive.
After God is money now.
Because without money, there will be no love. Apart from God's love and God Himself. Every other thing without money is just fake. Absolutely.
Yes, because there's true love, shall. There's a guy who will love a guy without his money. For me, I can stay as far as the love is good without money. I can stay with it. But if the girl love me without my money, it's good, shall.
No, you cannot, because nobody feel love you if you not get money now. That is it. Even you that ask me question, I know say you not feel love me if I not get money. That is it now.
Of course, it's possible. Of course, it is. It is possible. Only when we love genuinely. Just like Christmas. The reason why we are celebrating Christmas, that is Jesus Christ. There is no love that is greater than the one that He has shown. His love is not because of money. And He gave us that example. If we can follow His footsteps, it is very, very possible. Love is not money, but sharing.
For me, everything depends on the understanding we share. Love can literally survive between the man or the woman, or between the country. Like, everything depends on how we understand it, you understand? So that is it. But most especially for me, the money is important, because there are some certain things that money is being used for in the relationship. So that's the thing.
What else? Okay, I don't understand the question. Love will survive in Nigeria. As in, love can survive in Nigeria without money. Even money will not even survive in this Nigeria. Talk more of love. It's better we find love outside the country. That's what I'm saying.
From the streets of Lagos to towns across Nigeria, opinions are split. So what do you think? Can love really survive without money? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Mesoma Igwago, Aneke TV.
For the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042, and good morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, and also bringing you today's daily dose of brightness. I am Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and today is Wednesday, 11th February 2026, and we've got a full power-packed morning for you here today in Sunrise, where we've got our trending stories, the latest news, our weather report, and of course that special Sunrise vibe to help us start our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and on Sunrise today, we'll be starting off with our quote of the day with words that are thoughtful, words that are inspiring, words that offer insight in whatever we do to help us stay well-driven, stay focused, and also be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
Yes, and after that, we'll be giving our full weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And then we'll serve you a business update. And of course, we won't go away without bringing the man of many parts, the sports oracle, commissioner of enjoyment, the mental mechanic.
All right, now moving over to our quote of the day, which is our inspiration segment. Our quote for today is coming from Martin Luther King Jr. and his quoting is saying, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." I'm taking that quote again, saying, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." Now, this quote means that betrayal or disappointment from people close to us hurts more than open opposition from enemies. Enemies are expected to speak or act against us, but friends are expected to stand up, speak out, or offer support, especially in difficult moments. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. is emphasizing that silence in the face of injustice is itself a form of complicity. When friends choose comfort, fear, or neutrality over truth and solidity, their silence can enable wrongdoing and leave lasting emotional and moral wounds. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this.
All right, it's good to hear from Martin Luther King Jr. himself, this great activist, the one man who shaped the history of modern America. You know, these words were spoken in moments of activism where the blacks, led by Martin Luther King, the people of conscience, campaigned for integration in U.S., given the historical, position of racism in the world at that time. And we remember him as a great person. And speaking at this time, what matters at point of need is not that your enemies refuse to speak. Of course, what do you expect from your enemies? You expect your enemies to celebrate your downfall, to celebrate your suffering. So what becomes of significance is the silence of your friends who refuse to speak up when it mattered most, like in Nigeria today. What do we remember? We will remember more or less the silence of our friends who stood at the Ojata Park, Ganifa Umi Park, to speak for democracy, when we were led to think that we are fighting for democracy against a government that meant well for the nation. And the hour has come when we expect to stand side by side with these our friends who are in leadership today to speak and campaign for democracy. So we remember not the silence of our enemies who have taken a position, but the silence of our friends. This is the hour where it counts. We want to know who stands with us and for us. It is a moment of grief for this nation, where we seek clarity, where we look for direction. So, the silence of our enemies, who are the other part, matters for nothing. But those who call themselves Democrats, who call themselves friends, is what is of essence at this time. So, you finding the exact words from Martin Luther King Jr. at this time, where this nation, this country, needs direction, really matters. He says, in the end, we will remember not the ways of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. So those of them who call themselves Democrats, who call themselves our leaders who call themselves the leaders of the opposition, who has chosen to remain silent when the Nigerian people are yearning for direction on the part of their electoral system, and they remain silent. That we will remember when the hour comes.
Yeah.
When it's time, we will hold them to account. Yes, we will not remember that our enemies who are the other divide, chose stoic silence. But we will remember that our friends sang the song of silence.
Yeah.
That's what matters. That essence and can be seen as celebratory when your friends do not condole and console you in moments of grief. So that silence becomes not just golden, but it becomes more piercing than the sword from the hands of Brutus to Julius Caesar, which is why Julius Caesar said, "Even thou, O Brutus," because that he was pierced by a lot of the plebeians then. Doesn't matter. What mattered was that their stab from the friend, pierced more. So it is betrayal when our friends refuse to speak in moment where it matters most. And this morning, we'll call on all our friends, irrespective of divide. The hour has come where we need to speak, and speak loudly. It needs to echo. It needs to be heard.
Yeah.
It needs to be heard in the villas. It needs to be heard in the chambers.
Yeah.
It needs to be heard in the seat of power, in the judiciary. Everybody needs to hear and know where we stand. It's moment to take a side, and we can't take that side by being silent. It has to echo. You have to speak. And we will remember, as a people, as a nation, those who refuse to speak when it matters most. And this is the hour where it matters. So, framing it in the words of Martin Luther King Jr. cannot be said any better. In the end, we will remember not the ways of our enemies because they've chosen a side. Yeah. We know where they stand. But what about those who stand with us as friends? We need to know where they too stand. Are they real friends? Or are they there to know and see how we wept, how the torture, how the piercing gets through? No, this is the time. Yeah. We need to take a stand. And yes, like Martin Luther did say, the silence of our friends would echo louder than the quietness of our enemies. So, Deborah, it's quite apt that you brought this at a time when the nation needs direction, where the nation needs to hear that it's time for us to know that the silence of our friends will not be golden. It will not be celebrated. Okay. But we'll count them in the end as taking side with our enemies. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. As we've all heard, let us not be that one friend that brings betrayal and disappointment, and let us speak out for where it matters the most. And also, while you're doing so, do not forget that each new sunrise is a platform, is an opportunity where we grow, where we learn something new every day, and simply be more present in whatever we do. Now, let us know what you think by this quote. You can drop your thoughts on our socials or call our phone number 07030437110. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Orca. Today kicks off warm and tropical with highs around 33 to 34 degrees Celsius and lows near 24 to 25 degrees Celsius with some patchy rain expected later, and it's perfect for that freshly brewed coffee. Humidity is hanging around the 70% mark, so it will feel a bit sticky but still bright enough for your sunshine vibes.
Good morning, Enugu. Up in the coast city is another toasty day with daytime temperatures nudging about 32 to 35 degrees Celsius and nightfall around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius under mostly dry and partly cloudy skies. Today looks like those classic warm tropical afternoons. Light breezes, a bit of sunshine, and a low chance of rainfall.
And in Abakaliki, good morning, Airboy. Expect hot and sunny conditions here with highs climbing close to 36 to 37 degrees Celsius. The heat index might make it feel like even warmer, so hydrate early and often. Relative humidity is moderate and rain is minimal today, just that classic dry season warmth.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri heads into another steamy mid-February day with highs around 35 degrees Celsius and lows about 24 degrees Celsius. There's a bit of moisture in the air that can make it feel extra hot. So light clothing and water breaks are key.
And in Umahia, good morning Umahia. Today's look is classic warm dry season weather. Highs near 30 to 32 degrees Celsius in the day, easing to about 25 to 26 degrees Celsius at night, with mostly clear to partly cloudy skies. Just a small chance of the odd cloud burst, but mostly it's sunshine all the way.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but keep an umbrella handy. Either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more updates.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
All right, and joining us this morning, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Uche. And I ask the viewer out there to keep watching Aneke TV.
All right. That's wonderful. But Mr. Res, before I let you be, how is Nigeria treating you?
Fine.
Fine. That's wonderful. Good to know that our motherland is treating you fine. Also with us this morning is the man that prides himself as the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, commissioner of enjoyment, and the sports oracle, Mr. Good Hope.
Yes, good morning.
It's good to see you this morning.
It is very good to see you. Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
All right, so you're waiting for that signature question.
Of course.
So you can give me a signature answer.
Fine.
So, like Mr. Rice, Nigeria is treating you well and fine.
Yes.
It's good to see that your forehead is shining. That's wonderful. And thanks to our motherland, Nigeria treats us all fine.
Yes.
Yes, but remember that what matters is not what Nigeria will do for us, but what we'll do for Nigeria. So I ask, what do you intend to do for this nation?
Well, the nation, first of all, where I am, would do for me.
That's a very, very bad place to be, really, because we should all be thinking about what we'll do for this motherland, because he has given us a lot, at least the fresh breath, this tropical sun that you can't see any other place. But it's a pleasure to have you all this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving over to our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation newspaper, where the headline says, Results Transmission, Senate House Disagree on Real Time. And from the Punch paper, the major headline there says, Electoral Act Amendment, Opposition Protest as Senators back manual result transmission. And from the Vanguard paper major headline says, Electoral Act rowdy session as Senate okays conditional e-transmission of results. And all coming from the Guardian newspaper says, Aneke on the spotlight as Senate shift ground on the e-transmission. I'll be starting today's paper from the Punch newspaper, where the headline says, Electoral Act Amendment, Opposition Protest as Senators back manual transmission. Now tension spilled over as opposition lawmakers staged a protest inside the Senate chamber. Their anger, the Senate's decision to retain manual collation of results alongside electronic methods. Opposition senators argue that manual transmission creates room for manipulation and undermines public trust. Despite the protest, the majority pushed the amendment forward, insisting that Nigeria is not fully ready to rely solely on electronic transmission. Mr. Aucha, I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
All right. Before I say anything on this issue, I want to bring an expert, commentary on this very issue, because when I take position on this, I will not be able to separate my bias and sentiments on this issue. However, before I let Mr. Reyes come in, I think I should thank the courage of the senators, having, gone on break to return back, heeding the call from the generality of Nigerians, asking them to do the needful. They did listen, they reconvened, they have sat. But what matters now is that we now need to scrutinize what they've done, if it's in tandem with the yearnings of Nigerians. Yes, we ask for electoral reform. We ask for an amendment on Section 60, subsection 3, to give credence and legal backing to transmission of results from the polling units in real time. But Mr. Reyes, what are we having now?
Well, it is unfortunate for greater number of Nigerians that the Senate have not agreed on the real-time transmission of results from the polling units. Is quite unfortunate, to such extent that even some senators, started protesting right there in the hollow chambers of the Senate. It is something that is unheard of. I think Nigerians are not enchanted. We are disenchanted about the situation. Nigerians, in fact, even as at Monday and Tuesday, there were protests. Even while they were sitting on plenary, Nigerians were still seated at the National Assembly, trying to subtly coerce. It's a subtle coercion. It is a demand on the system to pass a bill which the greater part of Nigerians believe in, a bill they believe will enthrone good leadership in this country, for the problems of this country to begin to go down. What they believe will enthrone good governance, will enthrone transparency in the electoral system, where you have the free, fair, and the word, there's always the 3-in-1 free, fair, and credible election. But you see, the credibility of that election may be in doubt. Why? Somebody is envisaging that transmitting in real time, that there may be a collapse of the grid. So I do not know. But we have been actually using technology in doing other things in Nigeria. And we have not seen a total collapse of the grid. So why is it going to be so on the day of the election? It is because some people are not so sure of themselves. They want to leave a vacuum, they want to leave a vacuum. They want to have a lacuna, that will enable those who wants to manipulate the results of the election to do so. Because Nigerians, when you handle or organize elections during the collation of the results, that is where the abnormalities go in. That is where the rigging comes in. That is where those things that are wrong about numbers comes in. So this time Nigerians wanted a real-time transmission, but the Senate at the end of the day had to go for both manual and electronic transmission. And Nigerians are still protesting, although they are still going to harmonize between the upper and the lower chamber, that is the Senate and the House of Reps. The Senate set up a 12-man committee that will sit with the Reps members to harmonize the Electoral Act, which the Senate President said should be done and be given to the President for assent within this month. And we have about 16 days. We have about 17 or 16 days to the end of the month, this February 28 days, so that the president will give assent to that bill and return an act, electoral act, amended. So uh, it is not, so much abnormal. It means that those who want to manipulate the result of elections will only do that within the form EC8A, which is the polling unit result. And each polling unit has a limited number of registered voters, and will also have a limited number of accredited voters and all that. So, if there's any going to be, it's going to be minimal. If there's only going to be any problem with the result and the manipulations, it's going to be minimal, per se. That is given the present law. It is better than leaving it to the discretion of INEC. It is better than manual transmission, where in the process of collation, going to from EC8 further, that's EC further, that's not A. I'm talking about the EC collation center to central zone to national and all that. So when you go through all that, you find out that the results of the election must have gone through a lot of doctoring. But this time, the only thing that will invalidate the result of election is from EC8A and the transmission done to Aneke results, IREV. That is the only thing that will invalidate the result of any election come 2027.
We are speaking to the Senate that had just amended Electoral Act, updating Clause 60 to require that presiding officers send results electronically. If e-transmission fails, the manual result sheets from EC8A will be used instead. And now, I want to ask, remember in 2023, what the position of the Supreme Court, and I mean to ask, by the Supreme Court of Nigeria said electronic transmission lacks legal force because it's not in the Electoral Act. So I want to ask now, by this amendment of the Senate, does it mean that transmission now has legal backing?
Yes, of course. By this, it is now in the Electoral Act. It's going to be in the Electoral Act. It's not an act yet because the president has not assented to it. But given the fact that, that will be an act, if it becomes an act, it has now become a law of the electoral law of Nigeria, and the Supreme Court will certainly rule on that. That's why I said what invalidates the result of the election is only if it is not electronically transmitted or manually transmitted using form EC8A. We are talking about polling unit result form, that is EC8A. Anything outside that is not authentic. Anything outside that is at variance with electronically transmitted result and from EC8A is a nullity. That is going to be the position of the Supreme Court surely during interpretation.
All right, Mr. Ress, there is a contentious issue here, and that has to be with transmission in real time. Why do we have issues with transmitting in real time and trying to balance the situation? I want to align a bit with the Senate president, who jokingly asked, what if the national grid collapse? So why are we having this issue
that
here?
is exactly why they removed the real time. Because when you say real time, it means that it must be immediately after the EC8A has been signed by the party agents or the candidates after election, after the result has been counted. The moment this EC8A is signed, it becomes authenticated for transmission. Then the result will be transmitted in real time. But in a situation where, that is why they now added the manual transmission. In a situation where, communication fails, that is exactly the argument. In a situation where the communication fails, then the real time does not now come in, because it's not going to be in real time again, because it's going to take some time. It will now take a longer time for transmission. So you see why they now ejected the real time issue. Though Nigerians want a real time, they do not want a situation where you begin to toy with results. What could happen to it in transit? That is exactly what they do not want. They want people to view it as IREF. The moment the result is done, it comes, and people will be sure it is there already, and nobody will contend with that again. You see, so but now the real time is no longer there, and but how could the grid go off? During the 2023 election, Aneke told us they had a glitch, and the glitch was only in the presidential election result. There wasn't a glitch in the other result, House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senate, and all that. There was no glitch. It was presidential election result had a glitch. And because of that glitch, because there was no law backing up that transmission, the Supreme Court now said that it is not going to form form a position for the nullification of the result. So because the discretion of INEC does not hold the force of law to nullify election. That was why they made that decision. But now that it is law, anything short of that, like I said, the Supreme Court certainly will anchor on a nullity of the result if it is neither transmitted electronically or manually. And if there are discrepancies on both, that is to say, transmission by electronic and transmission by manual, there's a difference, then it now shows the result to be in doubt. And then, INEC will have to now begin to say why it is so.
All right.
And there's a punishment for any presiding officer that fails to do so. A presiding officer is supposed to, immediately after signing of that, must upload electronically to IREF. But where electronics is not working, he will now, there will be no real time again. He will now have to transmit that manually, so that ECHA will be used as the authentic result, which means that in case of rigging, the rigging or adulteration of results in transit may no longer work for those who plan to rig elections. Why is this so? Because you will only rig in a polling unit. If there's any rigging you're going to do, or a collection of polling units, you begin to go from one after another to do the manipulations. So that becomes cumbersome. Unlike what it were, when you are collecting results, at a point you find out that you have a lot of cancellations and and so on and so forth. So mutilations of numbers and all that. You no longer have any such thing now. And if this from ECHA is mutilated, it will be queried too. Do you understand? And of course, certainly the number must be same with that of electronic transmission. And there's no way the grid will completely fail. If it does so, then somebody should begin to think about sabotage.
All right. Before I go to the financial implication or the financial side of this whole transmission, I mean to ask the lacuna that many people speak to being that proviso, if and but, where if you can't transmit, you have to resort to manual transfer, which is from EC8. Now I ask, that loophole there, is it intentional for exploitation, as many Nigerians are claiming?
That is the suspicion. It is suspected that it is intentional because one is you to think that all will not be well during the election. And how could you be thinking on the negative? After all, we've been employing technology, we've been using technology in some of the things we do. If you come to the financial sector, if you come to the communication sector, if you come to so many things, and greed has not completely, blocked in such a way that there won't be that. So why should it be on the particular day of the election that the grid will, break down and there will be no transmission? So if that's why I said that if it so happens, then there should be a suspicion that there is a mindset, ab initio, by those who insisted on making the law two-way, a two-way thing, knowing that certainly it will go the other way. Okay? It will go the other way, and which, of course, will be, a lacuna, a point from which those who want to mar the election results will have to have a field day.
All right. Still on this other end, does he think that part of the hesitation and lethargy into going into full transmission in real time has to do with the fact that we are told that out of 177 polling units in Nigeria, about 15,000 have network-related issues?
100 and what?
We have 177,000 polling units across Nigeria.
That's why
177,000 polling units across Nigeria, and out of which about 15,000 polling units is said to have no network.
Okay. If you have 177,000, it is less than 10% of that number. The 15,000 is less than 10% of that number. So let the 90% be uploaded, and then let us now think about how to do the manual transmission on those ones. That is the only way out of that quagmire. If there is no network in 15,000, and 15,000 is less than 10% of the 177,000 polling units, which means that your job, the job of INEC, is not too bad, because they have already done 90% of the job. So if 90% of transmission is done electronically, then let the remaining 10% or less than 10%, because it's not up to 10%, be done manually. And I think it's a plus for INEC if they'll be able to achieve that.
All right. I have an analyst as well speaking to this very issue, and he did a rough maths, on the issue, calculating that if we look at the 15,000 units without the said network, that INEC could provide Starlink at the cost of 500,000 each, amounting to 7.5 billion, and when that is taken away from the budget of INEC, which is around 1.1 trillion naira, that may not be of any consequence going forward.
Oh, you can see. You see, even the funding, they can even afford to actually get communication gadgets that will be able to carry the transmission electronically. But then, even if they do not, like I said, you see, people have come out with ideas that could make things work. And even before then, the professor that's heading INEC, Amopitin, is saying that whether it's a law or not a law, that results will be uploaded to the IREV. He promised Nigerians that. So it is about, saying is one thing, doing is another
thing. Yeah.
So, and that is the word of Michael Henshard in one of the books where Michael Henshard sold the wife. Saying is one thing, doing is another. The wife was being asked on a price of £5.5. Saying is one thing, doing is another. Where is the money?
All right, and here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, our position on this issue is that the Senate must do what is right by the people. We join our voices to the other bodies to reject half measures. Nigerians deserve full transparency, and the Senate's Clause 60, subsection 3, will still leaves much to be desired. We demand, as do many other Nigerians, mandatory electronic transmission of results to safeguard Nigeria's electoral integrity. We do not want clauses and provisos. Let it be plain and simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now, still on the e-transmission, electronic transmission, our next paper is coming from the Guardian newspaper, where the major headline there says, INEC on the spotlight as Senate shifts ground on electronic transmission. Now, all eyes are now on INEC, with the Senate shifting its position from full electronic transmission to conditional approval. Pressure is mounting on the electoral body to clarify how it will conduct future elections. Civil society groups warn that placing conditions on electronic transmission could erode transparency, while others argue it gives INEC flexibility to avoid technical failures during polls. Mr. Ochi, over to you.
All right. Looking at this headline, yes, the spotlight at this point in time, has to be on INEC because they are in the eye of the storm at this point. The issue is no longer just the Senate or the legislature alone. Given the budget that we've given to INEC, we have over 1 trillion naira on INEC's budget. And when you convert this, going by the exchange rate, you have well over almost $500 million US. That's amounting to $738 million when you convert to the dollars. So INEC cannot be neutral on this. They are in the eye of the storm. And to that effect, we would expect that the chairman of INEC should take a position on this. Yes, beyond saying that results should be transmitted to the IRF, we all demand that it has a legal backing, not subject to judicial interpretation in future. But I'm not an expert here, so I'll go to Mr. Res Arum to get insight on this.
Well, you see, all eyes are on the National Assembly, particularly the Senate. This is because of the fact that that section 60, you see, they have done an amendment. People are not even very much interested. In fact, so many people do not know some of the areas they have amended in the Electoral Act. There are areas they have amended, there are areas, but the Nigerian people are interested in what they felt truncated the result of the last election. So Nigerian people are interested in section 60, subsection 3 of that act, which initially had transfer of results, transfer of results to the INEC rev, which INEC electronically tried to do, but which they claim suffered a glitch that resulted in the Supreme Court position on that matter. But then, so everybody is looking at that particular session for Senate too, because the House of Reps already, has passed real-time electronic transmission of results from the polling unit by the presiding officers of the INEC presiding officers from the polling unit. So you see, But when it came to Senate, and of course, Senate had the legal in ensuring that Electoral Act amendment until last week, when they had to speed up and start and now adopted. Of course, they now did not do what was done in house arrest. What they did was to continue with what was there in the original act in 2022 bill that was signed into law. The original act was transfer and not transmission, not real time. So, which is not the same as was done by the House of Reps. So that's why Nigerians now came out. That's why Nigerians, came out to protest against that. They did on Monday. They did on Tuesday, and of course, possibly members of the Senate protested inside the Senate chamber yesterday. So after plenary, so that is a problem. And now they are going to harmonize. So who knows if during harmonization they will drop the manual transmission. But at the same time, the excuses given by the Senate president and his cohorts somehow was seen by some, some Nigerians as their men. But at the same time, a greater number of Nigerians do not want any such thing, any lacuna, anything that could give room for anybody to begin to, do something that does not give chance for a credible election. So people are not interested. People are, people are tired because people do not believe their votes count because of the way elections are rigged in Nigeria. So people, and that has even resulted about apathy. People don't go out to vote because they believe that after casting vote, that what result you get is not safe. That's why people insisted that there should be a real-time transmission so that if these results are going in, if we have complete digital voting, I think that would have even been the best, and all this, all the body about rigging and all that would have gone, because people would just, through the comfort of their houses, rooms, and offices, vote during the elections. Yeah, just the way we have, you can go to the portal, you just go there, go to the polling unit, it will just ask you, or just on your phone, you enter, provide your whatever ID number, and then you vote. And that's also. So, but today, we are still, doing some manual things, and which manual things in a place where there is excess corruption. That is why, because corruption has been prevalent, that's why our election results do not come out credible, because a lot of people in Nigeria are corrupt. Even the security agencies who are, formerly leading the politicians, who are tied to the apron strings of politicians, help in the rigging. They take sides. The presiding officer ad hoc, workers, Aneke ad hoc workers, some of who are servicemen, that is men and women, that is youth called men and women. These people sometimes compromise. So politicians make them to compromise because the majority of the population are hungry. So a lot of them need money. And because they know that even the government in question do not provide all that you need. So they see it as an opportunity to possibly take care of themselves, take care of the one problem or the other that is being plaguing them in their families. So they now cave in to take money and do the wish of these politicians. So Nigeria has been like that for a long time. And today, people are beginning to demand that the right things should be done. And that is exactly why Senate has been in the eye of the storm.
All right, the Senate is indeed in the eye of the storm, and they won't leave that spotlight until this whole issue is brought to a meaningful and conclusive rest. However, our position on this is that a INEC chairman must break silence on real-time transmission of results. What is the umpire's position on real-time transmission? Nigerians need to know. However, Professor Josh Amupitan's silence is no longer acceptable. It can't be said to be golden at this point in time. Moving on from this, there are other issues that are making headlines this period. And one of such is on a very lighter note, looking at Tom and Jerry, the movie that made most of our childhood memorable. They are doing their 85th anniversary. Let me start from you, Mr. Goodhope. What does Tom and Jerry mean for you?
Well, Tom and Jerry, when I was growing up, I didn't even know it was actually Tom and Jerry that was the Tom and Jerry. Now, look at what I mean. When you play it on it, you see that cartoon, let's go and watch it, that cartoon. Now, it was when I saw that, oh, this is actually Tom and Jerry. They wrote it Tom and Jerry. Now, that there's no fun without, no any day you don't watch Tom and Jerry, or any day that particular station don't play Tom and Jerry, they have actually not started to do anything. So for me, my childhood, there's no other cartoon I can relate to. It was when I advanced in age a little bit, I started, following up with other action cartoons and other things. But it is the fun. It is actually very fun. Even till now, it is very, very fun. There's no, of course, from the research and other things that I saw, it was allegedly, I'm still going to look into that much more about it. It was made for deaf and dumb. So, and yes, it was made for deaf and dumb, because I was now wondering why I always wanted Tom to say something. Tom not saying anything, Jerry not saying anything. They are just acting. Of course, there are some scenarios where there's this lady that she is very big, but no one sees her head. So you just have to see from here. So that's actually how it was for me when I was growing up. I really loved this particular cartoon.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. All right. Congratulations to them. Debbie. Yes, Tom and Jerry. Does he make any significant impact on your childhood?
Even in my adulthood too, I still watch Tom and Jerry, because it was something that kept us company while growing up. To every children,
it's still keeping you company as an adult.
I was telling my sister one time like that we need to bring back our old cartoons for people to watch.
Yes.
Because even as an adult, there are some parts of Tom and Jerry we did not watch that we're seeing now, and then there are some things that happened then that are actually happening now in real time, especially that part where a robot replaces the cats in the house. Now we can see with the way the world has become now digitalized, we can see that some AI are taking up people's job from them. But so far, Tom and Jerry is always my favorite cartoon to date.
All right. Mr. Rest, let me bring you to this conversation. Do you let your children watch Tom and Jerry? But before I say that, I was thinking that Tom and Jerry is as old as I am. But I didn't know he's way, way more older than I am. It's a 5th anniversary.
1940.
Well, I equally watched Tom and Jerry myself, and my children watch presently. I even buy the CDs. Sometimes I play those CDs for them to watch. It's quite interesting. It is a comic relief, and it has the storylines are quite interesting. It tends to teach a few things about security, about so many things. So the storylines is what matters to me.
Yeah.
Presently you see certain things, how you get yourself secure, how you manage yourself when you are doing the wrong things, what will come, the karmic law coming to play a role and all that. You see all these things in Tom and Jerry. It has a lot of storylines.
And the fact that even though they were enemies, they were still friends.
Yeah, so you find out that it is very educating the children. I think as they watch the Tom and Jerry, their IQ brightens because they see certain things and how they could do it. You know, the way you use your head to do certain things, just like it happens in Tom and Jerry.
All right. Yes, it's quite informative. There's always a good side and the negative side to it. Remember those naughty parts. The naughty, is it Tom or Jerry? The cat.
Tom.
That is Tom. That is always naughty. However, while we celebrate this milestone with the producers of that very movie, Tom and Jerry, we will still caution parents to be very careful on what they expose their children to watch. Beyond Tom and Jerry, there are other cartoons, and you know that children are quite, you know, they memorize these things, these characters, and they interpret it better. So we need to supervise what they watch as well. But in all, it's a good one, and we'll celebrate with them. One day, here in Aneke TV, we hope that the generation next will be able to celebrate the 85th anniversary of Sunrise as well. Moving on. There are other news were the issues where we've seen that NAFDAC seizes 10 million doses of fake malaria drugs, 3 billion cosmetics in Lagos. Mr. Rice, we're still dealing with fake products. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration, NAFDAC, has seized goods worth 3 billion naira in fake.
Well, you see, I know NAFDAC had a very virile team during the days of late Dora Akuyede. Most recently, I don't get this news often that NAFDAC has done this or that. It's not until most recently they said they are now going about, you know, going through getting information, investigating, and then now the seizure at the warehouse in Lagos. Say the place is off, and they kept that place. That place is off the city and lonely. So when they import these drugs, they go there to evacuate them. They said several trailer loads of fake drugs and cosmetics. So you see, if our Food and Drug Administration Law Enforcement Agency will begin to do that, then it is better for Nigeria. You see, drug abuse is very prevalent in Nigeria. Sometimes people take drugs not prescribed. They just go to the shop to buy drugs, you know, across the counter. And some of these drugs are fake drugs that when you take them, it begin to, you know, take a toll on you and your person. Directly, when she was alive, she told me personally that she has passion to fight fake drugs because her sister died by that fake drug. They thought they were giving her drugs that could cure her ailment, not knowing that that same drug they were giving her was fake. So that ailment continued and she eventually died. In fact, that also inspired her. She said that inspired her to work assiduously to ensure that the use of fake drugs, the importation of fake drugs in Nigeria is reduced to the barest minimum. And I think the president NAFDAC is also towing the line of Dora Akuyede to fight fake and substandard drugs in Nigeria.
All right, but let me bring you in good hope. Speaking to fake products, is beyond NAFDAC. These are Nigerians. These are human beings who bring in these counterfeit products. How do you feel thinking, maybe when you are taking malaria tablets, thinking in your head, you want a cure, but not knowing that perhaps you are taking chalk? Sure. Do you have that nostalgia when it comes to taking tablets due to these fake products?
Well, first of all, I hope anyone that is around my family doesn't see this, but when I was growing up, if they give me a drug, I may just, keep it by the side when I was growing up. I don't know how I came up to this stage. But talking about fake drugs, and from what Ms. Uche has asked, it is already a thing that's here in Nigeria, and here, in fact, here in around the southeast area, we are having that, and thanks to NAFDAC for busting these bubbles. So it gives me a goosebump, because I've seen the situation where sometimes you could just get the drug, and then when I was little, you could just get the drug. You can see, you can smell the difference. You smell this one, smells like chalk. Then you smell this one, smells like the drug, and you're like, what's the difference? You check this one, the color is so red. This one, the color is so pink. You check this one, just the same. So it now gives me like, okay, it now becomes a problem of choice of where to get the drugs. Of course, the pharmacy to go, the chemist to go, the person to talk to, especially the right person to talk to. So it is actually, whenever I hear about fake drugs, I remember that time, how these things, this one smells like this one smells like this. So it's just what it is.
All right, Deborah, what does it mean when you hear about fake products? You use cosmetics, you take drugs as well. How does he make you feel to know going into the market you want to get a product, and then you start to want to, have security measures on how to get the real product and not the fake one?
Well, first of all, I would say nobody is safe in this world, because you cannot really say it's in Nigeria that it happens alone. It happens all over the world. So my take is nobody is safe. But then getting these drugs, actually, there are measures where you can see the fake and the real product by checking. Most of them have this barcode where you can scan, or have this phone number you can call to verify. But sometimes you see that these persons that are buying it, they don't have that time to start doing something like that. But at least kudos to NAFDAC for always being there, checking, making sure good things are being brought to the marketplace. And also, like, they should also check pharmacies, so that they don't sell expired medicine, or they don't also sell fake drugs. So it's just to increase their manpower more for us to be safe.
All right. Yes, nobody is safe. But Mr. S, does it bother you that we are speaking to the conscience of human beings? These are our brothers, kids and kin, who import these fake products on the altar of wealth.
I'm wondering, you see, a lot of people have sold out their conscience. When you see that certain drugs, cosmetics, chemicals, look at women.
There are some women that has had burns all over them that resulted in cancer as a result of cosmetic, cosmetics, applied on them. They had this cancer, skin cancer, and somebody brought in these things which has been banned by government, by the law of the land, and people bring it in. Up to today, people are still importing tramadol, people are still importing all manner of drugs. And these drugs, the problem with drugs in Nigeria. Of course, some few weeks back, we talked about drug abuse in this station. We are on this program, and it is causing so much harm. And I am worried that we have people without conscience. Anyway, you are talking about drugs. Don't you even talk about people who kill others to just get out their kidneys and hearts to sell? So you are talking about, for those who are importing fake drugs, to them they don't even see themselves as people who have sinned. Yeah. Because if people could kill others to make money, then bringing in fake drugs was much easier.
Organ harvesting, that's a different side of same coin, because all has to do with the detriment to people's health and life. And bringing me to another angle to this whole scenario, just a few days back, we've been arguing on lack of anti-snake venoms in the hospitals, rising from the deaths of a celebrity in Nigeria. And why a lot of people made cogent argument concerning the non-availability of this anti-snake, drugs in the clinics, in the hospitals, in shares in Nigeria, I wanted to point people to a certain direction. While and where you see these antivenoms, because if you travel some part of the north around Adamawa, part of the issues that they suffer is snake bite. You have a lot of snake. I think around Michigan or somewhere, what you have is Michigan. What you have is a lot of issues around snake bites and all that. And I've been in this market, investigated, followed up for a while, and I discovered that a lot of the anti-snake venoms that we have are counterfeit. The greater number of them. And when you bring this counterfeited product, you may not be able to differentiate it from the real one. So it becomes challenging that one who needs something, a product or drug, life-saving product, may not have access to the original, the quality product. While we commend NAFDAC for their efforts, we encourage them to continue to do more. But we appeal more to the conscience of our citizens, fellow Nigerians. Let us be our brother's keeper. Let's not sacrifice human life on the altar of wealth, on earthly pursuits. No, we should be our brother's keeper. Being our brother's keeper has to do with the quality of products we bring into the country as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. And this is all for today's newspaper review here on Sunrise and our trending stories. Please do not forget to grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more broad information. And up next is our sports update from the man himself, Sports Oracle Good Hope. Now over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So, in the world of sports, yesterday there were matches that was played, and Manchester United played their match after the 4 games they have won in a row, and just yesterday they could not win the 5th game. There's this guy who has been making it rounds on the internet of not cutting his head or his hair, of course, until Manchester United wins their 5th match in a row. Of course, yesterday his hair is all over the place, as bold as whatever it could be, but that's just what it is. And this match, Manchester United had to escape losing this game yesterday, while Benjamin Sesko put them through with just a flip into the goal post, and the keeper could not get it. Of course, it was a bad weather issue, and I could just say, oh, they played well, but there were technical faults from the changes and other things. Now, moving on to Chelsea, because Chelsea looks like they are following Manchester United, and Manchester United are following Chelsea. Both of them are like twins, tied from birth. Chelsea, on the other hand, they had a 2-2 draw yesterday. They were leading 2-0 already. But it was a problem in the second half as Leeds United started scoring. They first of all scored a penalty, and Okafor made it 2-2 at the 73rd minute. Then at the 94th minute, there was this wonderful goal that Cole Palmer had to slot into the net, but he had to play it off. And Cole Palmer, I'm saying this and I'm saying this not just because I don't like Cole Palmer. He is a great guy. You see the reactions of the coach. Everyone is like, oh, what is this? Cole Palmer knows how to score penalty, and we can call him Cole Penalty. Now, moving on from that, we're going to check the newspaper of sports, what it is today in the world of sports, what is really happening. You could see Rosinho slams online critics. Rosinho, that's Chelsea's head coach, he is slamming online critics. He said that he doesn't care what you are saying. He just wants to face his job. And of course, he's doing a great job. Since he came on board, since he took over Chelsea, he has not lost a match. This is the 5th match he played, as they played yesterday, that he has been in charge. And he has not lost any game. He has been a great guy. And the same with Arbeloa of Real Madrid, and the same with Michael Carrick. So these guys are just moving. They better draw the game than to lose it. Now we are seeing on the main major headline, we're seeing Eagles await World Cup fate ahead of playoffs. Eagles are awaiting World Cup fate ahead of the playoffs, and this is because of the sanction, these reports and the complaints lodged by NFF against DR Congo that they fielded an ineligible player against the against Nigeria when they played with Nigeria in the qualification. So that was actually what happened, and we are expecting the FIFA. Of course, FIFA doesn't know anything until the internal, DR Congo country football federation, until they put it to FIFA or show them. So FIFA knows nothing. So with Nigeria, the NFF, the complaint just had to be that, oh, DR Congo, you guys did something. So FIFA, look at what DR Congo did, because FIFA would just approve because they trusted, or they are trusting the country. And you will see the matches for EPL, the fixtures today. Aston Villa is going to play against Brighton, and you're going to see that Manchester City is going to play against Fulham, and you will see Nottingham Forest against Wolves, and Sunderland against Liverpool. So that is what, and that is how it is in the world of sports. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that sports update. I'm moving over to the business update, starting with the Nigerian stock market update. We're looking at the Nigerian stock market update as of February 10, 2026, with the All-Share Index hitting a new all-time high. We saw that the market was driven largely by strong performance in the industrial and oil and gas sector. The All-Share Index rose by 1.65%, closing at 176,809.42 points, while market capitalization increased by approximately 1.84 trillion. Looking at the top 5 gainers as of yesterday, we know that the session saw 6 stocks advancing, leading the charge, where eTransact closed trading yesterday, making a plus 10% positive adjustment, closing its book at 20 naira 35 kobo. And we are looking at John Holt PLC, which yesterday made a positive 10% adjustment, closing its book at 8 naira 80 kobo. Moving over to Deep Capital, Deep Cap, traded as Deep Cap for the capital management, equally in the positive of 10 plus, making and closing its book at 8 naira 25 kobo. And we saw Almatech Ventures, which is traded as Almatech, in the positive as well, closing trading yesterday at 3 naira 19 kobo. And moving over to the last on that list of top 5 gainers, we saw Vitafoam Nigeria making a positive 9.98 positive adjustment, closing trading yesterday at 105 naira 80 kobo. Moving over to the list of losers, where we saw the 22 stocks ended in the red, and they are led by Unicel Limited, which closed trading yesterday at 143 naira 95 kobo, making a negative 9.98 adjustment. We saw Abi Mortgage Bank PLC equally in the negative of 9.82%, closing at 12 naira 40 kobo. We saw Sky Aviation Handling Company, Skyvan, closing trading yesterday at negative 9%, 0.6% at 150 naira by closing time. We saw Triple G and Company equally in the negative, closing his book at 7 naira 35 kobo. And then last on this list is Guinea Insurance, which equally closed in the negative of 6.67%, making a 1 naira 54 kobo by the closing of his book. And looking at the market summary, we saw that a total of 775.2 million units of shares were traded, and the volume and trading is ongoing. But before you make any financial investment, please do well to consult an expert financial analyst before any investment due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. This is where we call it a day here on Sunrise and Aneke TV. Please do not forget to call us at 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here every morning on Sunrise. I am Deborah Wakaba.
All right, and Mr. Resarum, thank you for those in-depth analyses. It's always a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me. And thank you, Ria, for being with us.
All right. And then to you, Mr. Goodhope, it's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Even though you're yet to unravel that mental, mechanical aspect, let's know what it entails, but it's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities.
Good morning and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring you topical issues that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, we are taking a look at single tenure, solution or risk for Nigeria's democracy. Every 4 years, Nigerians rise to a halt. Governance is sacrificed on the altar of campaign rallies, and billions of naira will vanish into funnels of re-election bids. Proponents of a single term say it is the magic belt for stability and fiscal discipline. Critics call it a lazy shortcut that strips voters of their power to reward performance. Today, we dig deep into the 5 versus 8 year debate. Is it time to end the second term syndrome? Or is the single term a trap for Nigerian voter? The question isn't about how long they stay or what they do while they are there, but does the how long dictate what? Let's start there. Our guest today, Dr. Ima Ago, says no to single term. Let's find out why. Doc. coming to you this morning, Doc, and looking at the issue of single term, you are of the view that single tenure is a no-no. And I want to know why you take such position.
Thank you very much. I think the question should not be how long or how far. I think the question should be how well. My earlier stand on against single tenure is that having a second tenure will offer you an opportunity to really finish what you started during your first tenure. And I want to tell you that second tenure is going to a very large extent reduce this, what I may call a conundrum of uncompleted projects. Because if you come in as a governor or even a president, you may have wonderful ideas in so many departments or sectors of the economy. But if you have such a short period of time to implement these ideas, it may go a long way to affect the masses. Because you look at the cost implication, you also look at the gains when you look at people that are supposed to be at the receiving end at the end of this. So I would think that a second tenure, and also just like what you said when you were doing your introduction, a second tenure also offers the electorate an opportunity to assess the performance of candidates whom they have entrusted their electoral chances or opportunities. So when you allow this person to do first tenure and he does well, then it goes a long way to allow such persons into these offices to go on and complete what they may have not completed in the first tenure. And also, I would equally want to add here that a second tenure, it is not even necessary, it is not a must that somebody who started must complete. So it is just there to act as a check for whoever that is voted into office to know that the electorate is likely going to look towards the other side if the person does not perform up to their expectation. That is just my take on this.
All right. Doc, thank you very much. But we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll start to probe this issue.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Is not a mirror's gift. It lives deeper in how we listen, how we love, how we live. It's the kindness that lingers and the courage that doesn't quit. The world may sell perfection, but real beauty is flawed, fierce, and free. It's in stretch marks and smile lines, in stories and scars. When you see someone who glows, it's not their skin, it's their soul breaking through. That's beauty, raw, radiant, and real.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been looking at single tenure. Is this solution or risk for Nigeria's democracy? Dr. Imagu is of the view that a single term is a no-no. Doc, while you were talking, speaking to this conundrum and of a second tenure, second term, and all that. And I want to ask you, when you argue that a second tenure is a reward for hard work, I want to bring it to Nigeria. When you go through Nigerian history of leadership, we've seen, and I want to ask, how many second term bids have you seen in, projects being completed that won't share, pass mark for the fact that the incumbent was able to spend 2 terms in office?
Well, thank you so much. What I told you earlier on was this. If you have a situation where you have a single term of 5 years, then compared to a single term of 4 years, but you have an opportunity of coming back the next 4 years, I think it is reasonable for one to now say, let's go for a single term of 4 years with an option or opportunity of coming back for the next 4-year term to complete what you may have started. And it is not even a must. Just like I told you, if you don't do well, and if there is this general perception by the people that you have not done well, then that second tenure or the next 4-year period of re-election will offer the electorate an opportunity to look elsewhere and to seek for a credible alternative. That is just what but if you now try to limit it to 5 years, whoever that comes in within this one tenure thing knows that he or she may not have opportunity to come back again. And it may be a kind of disincentive to actually effect a positive change in the life of the people. Because for me, governance is all about the people, changing the life or bettering the loss of the people.
When we make this argument in favor of letting the status quo be, in terms of the incumbents having the opportunity to vie for extra year, I ask, are we trying to protect the rights of citizens to re-elect, or are we rewarding incumbents hostage to take on and continue to sit onto their thrones?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. But for me, basically, sometimes you cannot sacrifice experience at the altar of, expediency. For instance, let's take House of Assembly as an example. If you have a performing parliamentarian at that level, because I've known in Nigeria we've had some members of the National Assembly or even State Assembly that have done extremely well. It's not, I think the people will now say, please go there and continue what you are doing. Do it for a little while so that we'll now see whether you can complete what we started. And I know that the business of governance cannot be completed in a very short period of time, like say 5, 10, 15 years. Sometimes you may need, a very long period of time to complete it. And sometimes if that person stays for a while, then you can change. But I don't see us getting anywhere with this single tenure, idea. Because if you have second tenure in place, it is not a must that somebody who started must have an opportunity to go for second tenure. It is just there to be a catalyst for him to go ahead and do what he or she promised to do. That is just what I feel. But if you just say one tenure, you go out, another person comes in, whoever that comes in may just relax. After all, look at what happened in America. Trump came in, stayed for 4 years, lost, and continued. Do you understand? Then after 4 years of the other guy that succeeded him, Biden, he now came back again to complete what he started.
That's America. In Nigeria, I've rarely seen anybody who lose election, especially when they speak to the most highly exalted seats of the president, come back. But be that as it may, I want to draw your attention to the issue of re-election, the do or die nature of Nigerian politics. And if you give the fact that it is the position of the incumbents that usually, keep heightening this fueled do or die syndrome that we see in election and re-election periods. And I want to ask you, wouldn't it save us that stress that we go through every 4-year cycle, where we see situation where people begin to live from one part of the country to a safer part of the nation and all that?
I think the solution to all this problem we are having in our leadership recruitment process lies in the INEC election laws. If we try to perfect it, I don't see anything wrong in having one tenor or two tenors. Still talking about this election, presently we have this election bill reform at the National Assembly. We are hoping that as time goes on, this thing would finally be settled. The idea now is, if we get it right in this selection process, whoever that goes in there becomes the right choice of the people, and if the person goes ahead to do what is right, he will be given an opportunity to come back and continue what he or she is doing.
All right. We're speaking about opportunity to come back and continue what he or she is doing. But I want to take you on some eminent Nigerians, and part of them is a man you revere so highly, speaking to Peter Obi. He is equally of the view that a single term should suffice for any office holder in Nigeria, that you do not need a second term or 8 years to make achievements or inroads in government, that the single term is enough for any serious-minded leader to achieve all that he desires. To support his argument is the governor of Oyo State, Makinde. He is equally of the view that there's no need for, second tenure, that we should rather do a single term, and in support of that are the proponents who feel that there should be a constitutional amendment to incorporate a 6-year term single tenure for elected office holders in Nigeria.
Well, that is Peter Obi's view. And you also mentioned Makinde.
Yes.
When you talk about second tenure, I am looking at it from the perspective of the electorate. Giving the electorate that power to allow the person that started well to continue. It is not about the candidates. I always look at things from people, perspective. Politics is all.
Sorry
Yes.
to cut you, but a lot of the people who've mentioned are people who have experienced these things themselves. You have Makinde, whose tenure will soon end. You have your principal, or a man you revere so much, Peter Obi, he's been at the saddle himself in Anambra State. Moving forward beyond that, we have equally a current sitting governor in Nigeria. Speak to the governor of Bargo, who has come
Of Plateau State?
Yes, who has come publicly to say that there's no need for second term.
Just like we have said, and I want to make a correction here. Peter Obi is not my principal. It's just that I like his, I admire his principle, yes. But what I want to tell you here now is, when you look at single tenor thing, double tenor thing, the basic thing should be on the election itself, selecting the right persons. Is the election free? Is the election fair? People who are saying that they don't want second tenure is talking about fairness. Because when you want to talk about fairness of the election, you are looking at it from this incumbency syndrome. When you want to, compete against an incumbent, he's going to use a lot of things against you to still maintain his lead. But for me, I am looking at the election itself, INEC. If INEC is good, the idea about whether the election is free or fair is going to a very great extent depend on the outcome of the election itself. Do you understand? I am looking at it from the perspective of the electorate, who will always look at what is best for them, considering what is available. What if you have a very good governor and you only have to enjoy that person for one tenure, and if at all you look around, you don't see any other person that can continue with that developmental strides, what do you think will happen? Just like we are seeing in some states now, maybe Enugu, Abia State, and you are now saying single tenure. For instance, Enugu and Abia State, if you now say single tenure, does it mean that the people of Abia State and Enugu State are going to lose OT and MBA respectively? Because we are talking about single tenure. What I am looking at is a situation where you still give the people the opportunity to say, go ahead and continue for one more time.
All right. Looking at this argument, you are taking a look from the perspective of the electorate. And still speaking from the perspective of the electorate, you've cited Enugu State and Abia State, Governor Oti and Peter Mba of Enugu State, for example. And when you put it side by side, you will see that within the first term, they will be saddled with re-election. More often, what we've witnessed in Nigeria is situation where every office holder spend 2 years. By the time they get into office, 1 year is spent in litigation. After litigation, they settle down into office. You have 2 years already gone. By the third year, they are already in campaign mode. And this is why and what proponents of this argument say that they rather will give them a single tenure of 6 years, for example, to see that, yes, whatever developmental agenda they have, they will carry out without being bothered with re-election.
Thank you so much. Remember that even if you say one tenure, the question now, will there still be a situation where you see governors spending such money also on people that are going to succeed them? If you say one tenure, they will still use that kind of money, that resources, that energy, that power to look for successor. And that will even to a very large extent promote godfatherism, as we have mentioned previously. Because they will still use that period that they would have used to seek for re-election, to look for somebody that is going to remain or continue from where they stopped, if not a puppet, against the will of the people. For me, if it is single tenure, having two tenures, the greater emphasis should be on election itself. We should try to work on our electioneering processes, starting from legislation, and we try to remove all bottlenecks as witnessed. Because for me, I believe naturally that there should be incremental progress, incremental modification from process 1 to process 2. And for me, I also know that our democracy is evolving. I know that the lessons learned from the previous election cannot be allowed to repeat itself now, because I know it got to a point. I think we are almost there. It got to a point where we wanted to celebrate, but something happened, and that is what Nigerians are now saying. Let there be this expeditious, effort and campaign towards passing this thing. Let there be this electronic transfer of our votes from where the actual exercise has taken place, so that with your phone you can see the result. Do you understand? That is just where we need to touch. And also we need to criminalize certain election offenses so that it will act as deterrence. And before you know it, things will gradually, improve, and not one tenor to certain nothing. Remember that we are human beings. The actual nature of man is manifested in what system he is allowed to operate.
While we were talking, you speak to lessons learned from the previous election. And I want to tell you that the previous lessons learned from the last election is that Nigeria spends billions of naira on off-cycle elections and general elections every 4 years. And we are asking, can't we honestly afford, can we honestly afford the illusory of this humongous expenditure during off-cycle and general elections every 4 years? Don't you agree with me, Doc, that when we regulate these things and give perhaps a single tenure of 6 years, that will cut the cost of our electioneering every 4 year cycle?
Well, the humongous amount of money that individuals spend in preparing for election is not restricted to Nigeria alone.
We're looking at what Nigeria votes for election.
I am still coming. I am still coming. Because if we get it right through our electoral laws, we perfect everything. What is wrong with allowing individual candidates? What is even wrong in saying people should just declare that they want to, come out and run for certain offices? Why is it mandatory for people to run through a platform? Do you understand? When all these things happen and we get tired with some of these things that have really become a sort of bottlenecks to progress, we begin to eliminate them one after the other. For me, spending huge amount of money in electioneering campaign has become inevitable. Look at the present nature of Nigeria, vote buying. Poverty has been, to a very great extent, it has been weaponized. Somebody might even say that some of the ruling class, that they deliberately want to keep people in this state so that during the next election it will be very, very easy for them to come with such options. But I am saying that if you try to remove this power of selecting credible leaders from people through election reforms, it is going to be very, very disastrous. Allow this second tenure to be. Work on the election laws and things will gradually fall in line. That is my personal view on this. It has nothing to do with single tenure or double tenure. A bad candidate is also a bad candidate. You may have 5 years single tenure that one can never forget in life. If you have a single tenure, if you have a candidate that comes in and didn't perform, then you have an opportunity to go against that person. I don't want to mention individuals, but if we allow our electoral laws to work and to also make it more stringent, then you have an opportunity, the electorates will have an opportunity to a kind of replace and make change for the better.
All right. Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe this very issue.
Thank you very much.
Advertise with us. Cover your events. Share your story. Call 070-30437110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and we've been probing the issue of single tenure in Nigeria. If that is a risk for Nigeria, or it would aid in gender development. And we've been speaking to Dr. Ima Agu, who is a developmental psychologist. Dr. Ima, thank you. And as we continue to probe on this issue, you did speak to the issue around cost, but that what matters is not the cost, but us having quality leadership. But still going back around the issue of cost, you see that the state funds INEC. Homogeneous amount is voted to INEC to oversee our elections. And beyond that, you have to fund security, for election. And beyond that, the government equally has to, put some money for campaigns, fund the political parties as well. Though I know you've argued for independent candidacy be recognized in our constitution. But I still mean to ask, when we look at this amount that we spend on election as a nation, don't you think that it would be better for us when we are lucky to have individual performing office holders, like you did cite Abia State and Enugu State, that when they have an uninterrupted or disturbance-free, not burdened with re-election in, let's say, 6 years, that such individuals would perform better, bring dividends of democracy to the electorate and to their people, as to compare to what is obtainable at the moment, where they would, after every 4 years tenure, go to the polls. That's a big distraction. So to bring it home, I've mentioned issues. One, cost, distraction, interruption of that developmental process every 4 year cycle.
Thank you so much. Just to start with what you said, I am an organizational and industrial psychologist, not a developmental psychologist.
Okay, sorry for that.
There's no problem. You see this single tenor, double tenor thing that we have been, trying to look at. It depends on how you see it. If you now say go for single tenor, 5 years for an administrator, what if the person comes in and decides to stay without doing anything, knowing fully well that after 5 years he or she will simply go? Than having a person for 4 years and he or she knows, it even becomes a competition. You are going to be the first administrator to serve the state for 4 years. Meaning that if you have somebody who did not have the opportunity of coming back for second term, it means that the person has not done anything for the masses. I know that there is this proclivity, there is this natural tendency for individuals to want to use state funds to, try to do everything within means to get into power during the election, whether they have done well or not done well. Because that, you may even argue, saying, what if the person has not done well, knowing fully well that he or she will still has an opportunity of coming back? What if the person uses state funds to arm twist other opponents? I still point towards electoral laws, because fairness in an election is talking about a situation where you don't use anything to the detriment of other competitors. Then if election is free, you are looking at it as a situation where the electors go and exercise their franchise freely. We have to concentrate, put all our energy on working on these laws that will enable people to come and exercise their voting rights freely and in a fair manner, and in such a way that after the election, the election will be a product of the people's will, where the people want to go. It is not about one tenor or second tenor. It is about electoral reform. It is about having a recruitment process that produces the best out of the lot.
All right, Doc, we will look at some countries where we have this system in place, talking about single term or single tenure in office. When we look at South Korea, for example, you see that it's a system that works very well. And given the Nigerian situation, you don't believe that we copying such a system is far better than this American system that we've cultivated?
Well, when you talk about South Korea, the other day I told you that democracy has to evolve from the nature of your, realities, historical realities, political realities, economic realities, cultural. Nigeria is a very diverse, a country with so many differences, but one will equally say that these differences should have been looked at from positive perspective, but it does not always work that way. If you look at Korea, to a very large extent they are culturally monolithic. So, and it is very easy for you to evolve a system that will carry everybody along. But in a system like Nigeria, you have what I may call differences that breeds mutual suspicion. And all these things has been there since the advent of the colonialism. We all know what happened from 1900 to 1914, then 1918, 1922, 1933, 1939, 1945, Richard's Constitution, all this regionalism, eventual federal system, and you now see that all these efforts to bring Nigeria together already has a lot of question marks, and there has been concerted efforts from our leaders to bring us together, but some of these things are not working. So trying to now say, compare us with countries that don't have some of these differences, we build this national consciousness, and sometimes you have some structures that support a system of government that works. You look around, you now look at a system that works, that is going to work for you. If you have these differences, you see that federalism, I think, is ideal for Nigeria. But another question is, to what extent are we even federal? You have 80 items. You have, in our constitution, you have 68 items in exclusive list, leaving only 12 items in concurrent list. And even those items in the concurrent list are not even allowed to work, because the essence of having federalism is to have some sectors of the economy where you will allow this distinctiveness and differences that exist among people to flow. We have to devolve, we have to allow such things to flow. But in a system where you have a unitaristic federal structure, it breeds suspicion, just like what we are having today in Nigeria. You have a system that's on pen and paper federal, but in practice unitary, and is even a product of military system, military government. You have a situation where you have state governors with little or no control over the use of state apparatus. When you talk about armed forces, you talk about police and other paramilitary agencies. To a very reasonable extent, state government should be able to exercise such powers to enable them tackle the issues of security and other things, maintenance of law and order. Even if you like, give them the whole amount of money in the world, call it security vote, if they don't have their own instrument of maintaining law and order that is even peculiar to their own people, because security for me is community based, and if you must tackle security, you have to follow that order too. So that is just that. A lot of things are there in Nigerian federal system. So comparing Nigeria with South Korea, North Korea may not really work. We have to look at some countries that have differences, like America, and begin to emphasize, because American democracy has a lot of inclusiveness. If you must operate a federal system of government, you have to carry everybody along. It is not by word, it is through action. Do you understand? So in a federal system, there is nothing bad in it, but the way you allow it to operate, that is the problem with it. So unitary system is not an option. And trying to copy from Korea, North Korea, South Korea may not really work. I think the closest to us is United States, where you have differences, but their own differences is working for them. Why is it that our own differences is not working for us here? That is the question. A lot of incompatibilities, religious wise, culturally, there are these differences, deep-rooted differences. And even the balkanization exercise that took place before colonialism did not even help matters. The question you must ask, why do we have Yoruba-speaking nations outside Nigeria? You have Yorubas in Benin Republic, you have Yorubas in Togo, you have Yorubas in other West African countries. Why don't you look at this cultural affinity? When you divide or demarcate, you have to look at certain things. But when you try to bring people together from different forces, it brings problem. If you go history-wise, the first constitution we had in Nigeria, Clifford Constitution of 1922, what was the major fault? Exclusion of the northern region. You wanted to allow them be, but at the same time you are giving these people different cake and giving the other people different bread, and that was the major fault. After that Richard Constitution, what happened? You stayed for a very long period of time before Richard's Constitution of 1945. You had 1933, 1939. But the problem is that before this time, before Nigeria even became a federation, there had been a lot of issues. Politicization of ethnicity was one factor that played major role. Between 1922 to 1939 to 45, you had very strong Nigerian nationalist movement. They were working together. But when the people saw that this thing could undermine the purpose of colonialism, they introduced ethnicity. And when this ethnicity came, nationalist movement died naturally. Suddenly, Herbert Macaulay, Obafemi Awolowo, Sardauna, that we are working together, suddenly realized that you first of all need to be an Igbo man for you before you become a Nigeria. You need to be a Yoruba man before you become a Nigeria, and that thing continued. We should try to de-escalate. We should try to de-emphasize our areas of differences. Look at what is happening in our national team. Wherever you see talent, irrespective of their region, religion, ethnic background, go for it. Would you want a pilot who does not know how to fly an aeroplane, who comes from your area to drive you to Abuja, to fly you to Abuja, or anybody at all from anywhere who has that expertise to take you to Abuja? That is a question that we should all answer in this country if we are determined to move forward. So that is just my take on all this.
All right. That's quite apt, but I listen to you very well when you speak to the escalation of the issues that separate us as a people. But speaking to inclusivity, which is part of the argument the proponents of a single tenure has always made, has to do with the issue of rotational presidency, where every tribe in Nigeria should feel, included and not excluded. And that's part of the argument your region, the Southeast, the Igbos, make against Nigeria, that they are yet to get to that exalted position of president in Nigeria. And we ask, don't you think that with a tenure presidency, stick to a single term of 6 years, that it will be possible for every nation in Nigeria or tribe in Nigeria, or ethnicity in Nigeria, or ethnic group rather, to be able to have proximity to getting to experience or occupy the most exalted position of president in Nigeria?
Personally, I don't think that the reason why the Southwest has not made it to presidency is because of single tenure or having second tenure. It is not. It is still that question mark that everybody tries to dodge. Everybody tries to be politically correct when it comes to Igbo question in Nigeria. Why? It is not something that started today. Let me ask you, how many states do we have in Southeast compared to other regions? And so many questions. So I really, whenever it comes to issues that come to an Igbo man, Hausa, Yoruba man, he has been there all this while. I think as we are evolving, even presently, why is it that P2B enjoys followership? Even more followership outside Igbo land. It is about trying to perfect what you do and try to sell it out and try to see. And presently, Nigerians are now beginning to see that it will be better for us to look at the polity and not actually where you come from or where the type of religion you take on as a person. So this Igbo question is a very long, it has a very big question mark in Nigeria. Do you understand? And I know that with time it will just fizzle out.
Okay. Now let me bring it a little bit home. You did mention P2B while you were speaking. P2B is always, he assumes central stage in most political conversation in Nigeria of late. And I want to ask, it seems from your position, if you are to advise P2B, you will be against his position on taking a single term in office if he happens to clinch the seat.
Remember what I said. It is Nigerians that will determine.
But sorry.
Wait.
Doc, sorry.
Wait.
Sorry, Doc. Doc, sorry. It's on record. Part of the carrot he's dangling before his supporters and opposition when it comes to ADC, the coalition, is the offer of a single term in office, that he will not go beyond that single term in order to balance the equation, that unwritten agreement between the regions that constitute or make up Nigeria.
Thank you so much. When you talk about this single tenure, 4 years for me is enough for P2B to transform Nigeria. What you need in Nigeria, for me, is setting the structures. If you look at his program, when you allow him to go for 4 years, for me, and if you listen to his campaign promises, he will talk about corruption, reducing corruption to the barest minimum, then reform all the structures of governance, government institutions, try to make them to work optimally, and make the laws. In fact, we don't have rule of law in Nigeria. Our criminal justice system is just like a cobweb that catches small flies, leaving big animals to bulldoze their way. So 4 years for me, single tenure 4 years, not single tenure for, if we have this agreement with the ADC to come and do 4 years, it is okay. Setting the motion, putting the motion in place, and remember he can still come back after expiration of 8 years, just like what happened in US.
Is that possible in Nigeria?
I think it's possible. Everything is possible if you have an electoral system that works. It is about the people. If you look at Abraham Lincoln's definition of democracy, it is anthropocentric. It is centered on the people, government of the people, by the people, and and for the people.
Government of accredited representatives.
People. It is all about the people. So you cannot do anything without the people. So, and if you reform our electoral system, the people will decide.
Okay. So, Doc, but if one is to follow this line of argument, if P2B can achieve all that in 4 years, then we should, join the proponents of this very debate that a single tenure should be proper and the best for Nigerian interests.
Single tenure, mark my words, single tenure or having second tenure is not even our issue. But I am looking at it from this perspective. Right. If you have a working system, you have a governor that is delivering, it is always good to allow that framework that gives him that opportunity of coming back or to stay back to continue what he started.
Okay.
People can still allow him to go through, vote him out if he doesn't do well.
All right.
You can imagine what will happen in Enugu or Abia State if you now say single tenure. After single tenure, you lose that person. You will see him again.
Okay.
You still have to come back and continue what you started. Finish it.
Doc, I've seen that you're passionate about your position on this very issue. But before I let you go, just one final one.
Okay.
Briefly before we go.
Okay.
I ask, don't you think that with a single tenure, either of 4 years, 5 years, or 6 years, where an incumbent knows that he doesn't stand a chance of re-election, that will curb corruption in the system?
Corruption is a human problem. Corruption has psychological dimension. Do you understand? So when you talk about corruption, it has nothing to do with single tenure or double or having second tenure thing that you talk about. Corruption is inherent in some people. If I say man, you have people that don't have that kind of mentality. That's it. So it is within the people's mental disposition to either decide to do what is right or do the other way round.
All right. And it's good to see one area where you disagree with Mr. P2B on the issue of doing a single term. But be that as it may, today we've seen that the question isn't just about how long they stay, but what they do while they are there.
Yes.
But does how long dictates what? The answers you seek has been heard from Dr. Ima Ago, who says no to the single term. And that's all we can take for today on The Insight. And thank you, Dr. Imago, who is an industrial and organizational psychologist. It's a pleasure having you on The Insight again today.
Thank you for having me once again.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that your view matters to us. Reach us with all at Aneke TV, all on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Across the country on Aneke. Now moving over to the headlines, Senate defends electronic transmission of election results. House of Representatives threatens to withhold 2026 budgetary allocation to agricultural colleges. Federal government directs NAFDAC to suspend such as alcohol ban. And now to the details of the news. The federal government has launched a new partnership designed to prioritize women's health within Nigeria's National Development Framework. The initiative, known as the Renew Her Mandate, was unveiled during a high-level meeting in Abuja. The program is being driven by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women's Health in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. Officials say the Renew Her Mandate, standing her for health, equity and reform, is aimed at addressing systemic barriers that limit women's access to healthcare services. According to Dr. Adana Steinaka, a key component of the strategy is closing the knowledge gap that prevents many women from utilizing available government health programs. The initiative is structured around 3 pillars. These include the establishment of a digital media and advocacy hub to improve health literacy, region-specific campaigns targeting prevailing health challenges, and the formation of a coalition of NGOs and women leaders to promote sustained engagement. Authorities describe the program as a shift from fragmented intervention toward a coordinated national framework. The Federal Capital Territory Health Services Secretariat has pledged support, with the government expressing optimism that the initiative will improve transparency, awareness and healthcare outcomes for women and girls. The Enugu State Government has commenced a 4-day onboarding retreat for permanent secretaries and the Auditor General of parts of Air Force to strengthen public service delivery. The retreat, organized by the Office of the Head of Service, is themed Strategic Policy Alignment and Disruptive Innovation. Governor Peter Ndubisimba, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the program is designed to align senior civil servants with the administration's governance, philosophy and policy direction. He emphasized that effective governance requires professional accountability. Professor Onya highlighted the need for data-driven decision-making, measurable outcomes and operational efficiency. He urged participants to develop actionable policy frameworks, eliminate bureaucratic bottlenecks, and enhance service delivery across ministries, departments, and agencies. Head of Service Dr. Godwin Anibo described a strategic exercise rather than a ceremonial event. He announced the approval of a public service training institute to drive continuous capacity development, policy research, and institutional reforms within the state civil service. Actor turned politician Kenneth Okonkwo has called for stricter legal provisions on electronic transmission of election results in Nigeria. Speaking on Channels Television Politics Today, the African Democratic Congress chieftain argued that election without electronic transmission should be annulled. Okonkwo stated that reliance on manual transmission mechanisms creates opportunities for result manipulation. He urged lawmakers to legislate mandatory electronic transmission directly from polling units to the Independent National Electoral Commission's viewing portal. While acknowledging concerns about connectivity challenges in remote areas, Okonkwo maintained that electoral integrity must take precedence. He argued that credible elections are fundamental to Nigeria's democratic development. His remarks come amid ongoing debate on amendments to the Electoral Act. The National Assembly is currently working to harmonize different legislative positions on electronic and manual result transmission procedures. The Nigerian Senate has reaffirmed its commitment to electoral reforms, particularly the real-time electronic transmission of results. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu made the position known during an appearance on Channels Television Politics Today. Adaramodu stated that the Senate's legislative decisions are guided by constitutional responsibilities rather than external pressure. He described recent amendments to the Electoral Act as part of efforts to strengthen electoral credibility. The amendment to Section 60 of the Electoral Act empowers presiding officers to transmit results directly to INEC's result viewing portal. The Senate says the measure is intended to enhance transparency and reduce disputes. The Senate spokesman noted that lawmaking involves balancing diverse opinions. He emphasized that the upper chamber remains focused on reforms aimed at improving Nigeria's democratic processes. African Democratic Congress chieftain Rotimi Amechi has advised his party to retain the 2027 presidential ticket in the southern region. Amechi made the remarks while addressing party members in Kano State. He stated that presenting a northern candidate could pose political challenges in securing support from southern voters. Amechi referenced the principle of power rotation as a factor in maintaining national balance. The former minister also outlined criteria for candidate selection, including competence, youthfulness, and strategic considerations. He stressed the importance of fielding a candidate capable of addressing national challenges. Amechi added that while he would support the party's eventual nominee, political realities should inform decisions ahead of the election cycle. The House of Representatives has directed agricultural colleges and institutions to submit records of the internally generated revenue within 24 hours. The directive was issued during the budget defense session. Chairman of the Committee on Agricultural Colleges and Institutions, Abiodun Akilade, stated that agencies failing to comply risk exclusion from the 2026 budget cycle. He emphasized the legislature's oversight responsibilities. Lawmakers expressed concern over alleged revenue underreporting by government-owned institutions. They noted that transparency is essential for determining accurate funding requirements. The committee also raised concerns over the non-release of capital funds to agricultural institutions in 2025, describing the situation as detrimental to operational efficiency. Federal lawmakers have questioned the delay in distributing 2,000 tractors procured under the federal government's mechanization program. The issue was raised during a joint committee budget defense session. Minister of State for Agriculture Sabi Abdullahi attributed the delay to measures aimed at preventing mismanagement. He stated that tractors are being managed through the Bank of Agriculture. According to the minister, the government plans to establish zonal service centers where farmers can access mechanized services. He indicated that rollout is expected ahead of the 2026 farming season. Lawmakers also raised concerns over reductions in the agriculture budget and the pace of capital project implementation, urging improved funding strategies. Troops of the 12th Brigade of the Nigerian Army have conducted a clearance operation targeting a suspected terrorist enclave in Kogi State. The operation was carried out under Operation Igbo Idanu 1. Military authorities say the mission led to the dismantling of a logistic base linked to criminal elements. Troops recovered ammunition and explosive devices during the operation. The Army stated that challenging terrain required troops to advance on foot to maintain operational advantage. The recovered materials were secured and the camp destroyed. The 12th Brigade says patrol have been intensified to prevent regrouping by fleeing suspects. The Army reaffirmed its commitment to ongoing security operations. River State Governor Similai Fubara has set an October deadline for the completion of the 50-kilometer Port Harcourt Ring Road project. The governor made this known during an inspection visit. Governor Fubara said the contractor Julius Berger is progressing according to schedule. He assured that funding commitment will be sustained to ensure timely delivery. The governor acknowledged the conceptual origins of the project under the previous administration. He described the road as critical infrastructure for decongestion and economic expansion. The ring road is expected to improve connectivity across 5 local government areas. Authorities say the project will enhance mobility and support commercial activities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, or at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Senate defends electronic transmission of election result. House of Representatives threatens to withhold 2026 budgetary allocation to agricultural colleges. And coming up shortly, federal government directs NAFDAC to suspend such as alcohol ban. We'll be right back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when we leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Still on the news, former Minister of Women Affairs Uju Kennedy Ohaneye has alleged that she personally funded ministry projects during her tenure due to what she described as a failure of official allocations to the office. Speaking in a television interview, the former minister claims she spent approximately 400 million naira of her personal funds to sustain initiatives under the ministry. Kennedy Ohaneye further alleged that financial decisions affecting the department is often taken back to knowledge. Despite its concerns of reports project execution. The former minister also addressed allegations of financial misconduct following a petition reportedly filed with the Economic and Financial Crime Commission by her former permanent secretary, dismissed the 138 million naira fraud allegation, maintaining that she has nothing to hide. Kennedy Ohaneye's tenure was marked by several public controversies prior to her removal in a cabinet reshuffle. Her latest claim have renewed discussions around financial transparency and administrative processes within federal ministries. The Anambra State Internal Revenue Service has arrested 6 individuals over alleged involvement in illegal revenue collection activities. The suspects were apprehended at Oyo2 in Newi South local government area. Authorities say the group was engaged in unauthorized cash collection from commercial drivers, tricycle operators, and motorcycle riders. The agency described activities as a violation of state regulation prohibiting illegal levies. The suspects have been arraigned before the Onitsha Revenue Court and remanded at the Onitsha Correctional Center. The arrest formed part of ongoing enforcement measures targeting illegal revenue practices. Collections. Officials warned that further violations will attract prosecution under existing laws. Sokoto State government has announced a renewed effort to eliminate the circulation of vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 by 2026. The commitment was disclosed during a strategic engagement with development partners. Governor Ahmed Ali stated that the administration has released counterpart funding for routine immunization. The government has also invested in logistics and cold chain infrastructure to support vaccination campaigns. As part of a broader healthcare reforms, the state has recruited additional nurses and midwives. A mandatory rural posting policy for medical doctors has also been introduced to strengthen primary healthcare delivery. Health partners have commended the initiative, noting the significance for Nigeria's disease prevention targets. Authorities say the measures are aimed at improving immunization coverage in underserved communities. The federal government has directed the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control to suspend enforcement actions related to the proposed ban on sachet alcohol and small volume PET bottle products. In a statement issued in Abuja, officials instructed the agency to hold the sealing of factories and warehouses linked to the policy. The directive was concerned with private and government offices. Authorities cited potential security and economic implications pending the full implementation of a national alcohol policy. The position enforces an earlier suspension issued in December 2025. The government says consultations are ongoing with a final decision expected after stakeholders' engagement. Lawmakers have also previously expressed concerns regarding the proposed enforcement measures. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria says the Port Harcourt refinery is nearing operational readiness following rehabilitation efforts. Union officials estimate completion at approximately 90%. Penkasan President Festus Osifo stated that facility could resume operations within a week, subject to approval by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. He noted that the delay is linked to economic considerations. According to the union, prevailing market conditions may affect the refinery's profitability. Concerns have been raised about potential operational losses on the current crude pricing dynamics. NNPCL has previously indicated caution regarding the financial viability of state-owned refineries. Discussions continue over balancing energy security objectives with commercial sustainability. The Nigerian Football Federation has reaffirmed its commitment to Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle amid reports linking him to other national teams. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau says the coach remains under contract. Gusau emphasized that the Federation has no plans to terminate Chelle's one-year agreement. He described the coach as central to Nigeria's technical strategy. The development follows Chelle's recent performance with the national team at the African Cup of Nations. Federation officials say stability remains a priority ahead of upcoming competitions. The NFF says its focus is on maintaining continuity within the technical crew. Preparations continue for future qualifiers and tournaments. The National Sports Commission has approved a 200 million naira training grant for 26 elite Nigerian athletes. The funding is aimed at preparation for the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games. Commission officials say the beneficiaries were selected through the Elite and Podium Board process. The athletes represent multiple disciplines including athletics, wrestling and weightlifting. The Commission described the initiative as part of broader reforms in athletes' welfare and performance support. Authorities know that early funding is intended to improve training outcomes. Nigeria is expected to participate in the games scheduled for July 2026. Sport administrators say the intervention underscores efforts to enhance competitiveness. Media personality Ebuka Obi Uchendu has attracted attention online following comments about his recent anniversary celebrations. The television host shared a light-hearted post referencing his 10th wedding anniversary. Ebuka had earlier staged a public proposal to his wife Cynthia during a trip abroad. The gesture generated widespread reaction on social media. In a follow-up post, the presenter jokingly remarked about not receiving a reciprocal gift. The comments were widely interpreted as humorous. The couple continues to be regarded as one of the industry's staple celebrity unions. The anniversary activities have drawn positive public engagement. Actress Mercy Aigbe has shared a video marking her return home after weeks of film production work. The footage featured her husband, Kazim Adeoti, welcoming her. The video posted on social media has generated significant online reactions. Mercy Aigbe referenced her upcoming movie project in the accompanying message. Observers note the couple's continued public presence since their marriage in 2022. Both have maintained active engagement with fans. The latest post has further amplified discussions around the actress's new production. Industry watchers say anticipation remains high ahead of the film's release. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Senate has defended the proposed shift to the electronic transmission of election results, describing the move as a critical step towards strengthening transparency, credibility and efficiency in Nigerian electoral process. Lawmakers say the measure is designed to enhance public confidence and align the nation's elections with global best practices. In the House of Representatives, lawmakers have threatened to freeze the 2026 budgetary allocation to federal agricultural colleges over concerns surrounding funding, administration, and institutional performance. The lawmakers insist that urgent reforms and accountability measures must be implemented to safeguard the future of agricultural education. Meanwhile, the federal government has directed the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to suspend the planned enforcement of a sachet alcohol ban. Authorities say the decision allows for broader stakeholder consultations and a more balanced approach to public health, industry stability, and economic considerations. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Mwakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Love! That sweet feeling that makes your heart race, your palms sweat, and your phone screen light up at midnight. This Valentine's season, love is not just in the air. Love is on your screen. Aneke TV proudly presents a special Valentine program made just for you. Whether you're madly in love, healing from heartbreak, thinking of marriage, or still asking, is this really my person? Aneke TV has something for your heart. Get ready for real conversations, sweet love stories, relationship basketballs, and marriage truths nobody told you about. From dating in today's world to keeping the spark alive to building a marriage that actually works, we are breaking it down, heart to heart, no filters. Expect laughter, expect tears, and expect moments that will make you say, "Ah, now maybe this." Well, this Valentine is not just about flowers and chocolate. It's about connection. It's about commitment. And it's about choosing love every single day. Do you know what to do? Grab your partner, tag your crush, call your spouse, or just cuddle up with your pillow. Because Aneke TV is serving love premium style. Don't miss this Valentine special on Aneke TV. We are having the best of them, and the men them Mr. West.
Momo, Momo, hey, them call me Momo. I don't need sense to love, oh. Your love makes me a happy Momo. I am a Momo. I'm not saying love and Momo has anything to do in common, but no. What I'm saying is that you don't do love and logic together. You have to pick one. Either you love or you are a logic and critical thinker. You can combine both. It will not work. So what am I saying in essence? Come 14th February, I will be live on Aneke TV, on YouTube. Yes, YouTube, Aneke TV. I will be live with Commissioner of Enjoyment, Good Hope himself, and some other amazing young people to talk about Valentine, to talk about love, to talk about the best practices surrounding Valentine and love. Don't miss it for anything, please. Aneke TV on YouTube with West and Good Hope.
Mazio Wanile.
Yeah, what's good, boy people? This is your boy Mazio Wanine. Nwamono konwa anyere ndo kana Lesotho. Ofoye, Ofonwa. The only boy not believe in love, my love equally believe in him. See, on the 1st of February, I will be live on Aneke TV and I will be chilling with Commissioner of Enjoyment, the man they may call the Good Hope. Biakai Paliano wine. They will be banter. That your love. That kolaba. Nge fecha yang love koba.
Social lawyer, the red pepper.
What's up, my people? It's your home girl, official social lawyer, popularly called Red
pepper and be called red pepper. This is the season of love, and you know what it is. Everywhere is painted red. We're gonna send some love message, and you know the 14th February is around the corner, and this is the time where we share our love message, and we have the likes of Minister of Enjoyment for enjoyment. We have the likes of Marzi. We have the likes of West of Good Life, and you have the likes of official social lawyer Red Pepper on 13th of February to dish out some hot love dose contradiction opinions about what Valentine is all about. And I know you guys should not miss it. We're going to be live on Aneke TV on 13th of February on Friday by 2 p.m. I know, and I don't want to look for you. Please stay tuned.
And the Anchor Commissioner for Enjoyment. Hello, what's up, Enugu? What's up, Coal City? Is your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment. And I'm doing this today to tell you that we are going to be live here on 13th of February, just this Friday, to deal on that Valentine rave, man. We are ready for you. We are ready for the guys, and we are ready for the men who are coming my way. And I'm telling you that we're going to be here with men them. When I talk about men them, I'm talking about Mr. West. I'm talking about social lawyer, the Red Pepper, and I'm also talking about Mazu Wanile. I'm going to host these guys, and we're going to talk about love, Valentine, fun, and how it is. Again, people get back, wow, because this life, you got to know what it is and how it is happening. And that's why I say, let me just let you know, you are invited to that wonderful show. I want to see you, and stay tuned for that day. Time is 2 p.m. bro. When it's 2 p.m., let's rock and roll, because you are amazing and you will learn how to love. Cardi. You're gonna have this rave on Valentine. Have a wonderful time as we bring you the best on 13th of February, 2 p.m. till Mama calls. Yes, we are ready on Aneke TV for this Valentine. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now and Aneke TV, move with the world.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effect of it can be restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all.
Hello, good afternoon. It's your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment today. And I'm doing this officially because you see the way I'm speaking very clean English because I just flew in from the US. And you know where US is? From US, I went to UK. From UK, I went to AK. From AK, I went to Ore. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? And I'm doing this afternoon with no other person than myself. And I'm going to introduce someone that we're doing it with. And the people that we're doing it with. Because you out there, you are part of the people that we are doing this with. And as I can tell you, I am your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment. But I currently will not do this alone. I have the red pepper, who is the black pepper in the house. Hello. What kind of pepper are you today? Gin pepper. What pepper are you? Wicked pepper.
Tatashi fufu.
Oh, yeah, what? Tatashi what?
Tatashi fufu.
All right. She says she's Tatashi fufu. That's what we call what we don't understand, because this afternoon I want to speak good English. Hello. How you doing? How is it going? Are you okay?
I don't even know what to answer at this point.
If you don't speak up, I will not listen to you.
Do you know that at a point now, his English is actually confusing me. I don't know if I should be convinced that he actually flew in, or I should be confused that he actually flew in. Because you know, at this point, you are asking me if what color am I representing. See, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to disguise, awaiting and ambushing the moment, which is on 13th February.
You're waiting to February?
Yes, I'm just trying to.
We're gonna do it. It's gonna be, well, I want to tell you guys that 30th of February is coming, and we are going to be on the set with the best of the best. We have Mazi Wanile, Aneke Londo Kana Cathedral, Nenworo Cathedral. He's also a man of Lesotho. He has been trying to bring me into the evils he used to do, but I said no. I am a man of uprightness, and I am a man that has no guile. In my consequence, we do not that. And he has told me that I should fly to Lesotho with him so that I can enjoy my life. I told him no Lesotho today. Let us lodoso, because you know what that means. Now I'm having Red Peppers, the social lawyer, on that same day. It's gonna be amazing, man. It's gonna be amazing on 13th. And guess who you have next? That's the commissioner. Everybody shout, 1, 2, ready, go. Commissioner. Yes, I will be your host on that fateful day, and Friday is gonna be hot. So now, do you know that in the UK it has been raining every day since 2026 started? Do you know?
Oh, I know.
Okay, you don't know. Well, I told you guys that Kolu was in UK, and Kolu, was in the UK before red pepper got to UK. So I think Olu had to tell us this. But we have a graphics that it's been raining. You can check that it's been raining every day since in the UK since it started the year. Since the year started, it's been raining, guys. I don't know how this is possible or this was possible. It has been happening, but I'm telling you right now that there's actually a problem, because if it's raining every day in the UK, and here sometimes, as a man of my words and a man of my consequency, the other day I was in UK, like I told you guys, I was in UK and rain wanted to fall on me, but my guys had to cover me, and I had my umbrella. Listen, I have a robot umbrella. I'll show you on Friday how these things are done, but it's rain every day in UK. Red Pepper, what do you think about this rain every time in the UK, every day in the UK for the next throughout this year? It's been raining. How many days are we into the year? Do you even know? Red Pepper, you know I'm asking you this question because if you are Red Pepper, you should be able to fire people. Now I'm firing you, so let me know what you think.
My people of Enugu, I don't have anything to say to you people. But what I'm trying to say is actually, when you leave discussing UK, Nigeria,
which Okunagban Nigeria? Which side?
Half of Nigeria, UK.
It's raining every day in UK. I was there last 2 weeks.
You were there.
It rained on me.
You were
I was there last 3 weeks. It rained on me.
You were there.
I was there last 4 weeks. It rained on me. I was there last 5 weeks. It rained on me. I was there last 6 weeks. It rained on me. Last 7 weeks. It rained on me. Last 8 weeks. It rained on me. Now,
and I like the fact that after raining on you, you came to Nigeria, it dried on you. You did not see it coming.
it's fine. It's okay because I as a commissioner, I have to maintain my stays and maintain my
let me ask you. After getting cold for a couple of 10 days, you mentioned 10 days.
All right.
And after, for you to just come back and dry up, why?
Did I am still alive, man.
I did not contradict the fact that you are alive.
Okay, let me tell you.
But you just dried up.
You know I brought UK rain.
And I hope you're not giving me the dry this thing ATM today. But
what do you mean? I'm ready for you. Are you not ready for me? Commissioner is ready for you. Let me do. Listen now. Listen.
I think all Nigeria dry up.
No. Listen.
I don't like BP. This.
No.
Dry bones are right, but not here.
What do you want?
What do I want?
I want to spoil you with cash.
Cash.
And some pieces of advice.
No, the advice and the cash you are spoiling me is on 13th. If you cannot be able to show me love.
What I should show you love?
3 men.
Hey,
and my pocket is still empty and I go home empty on 13th of February.
The funny thing is that I brought out big money. It's big money I brought out. Hey,
put it back, oh.
I put it back.
Put it back.
It's big money I'm bringing out.
Do you know on 13th of February, I used to say
I came home a bishop Bishop Beakalani.
We'll start with what will happen first. Actually, that I came here on 13th by 2 p.m. And actually, I go home empty.
Go home
3 hefty guys.
When Jesus said to Lord no more, you did not.
You can give me respect. No, I got much link up now.
Well, I
came my meetings first, second, third, 4th, 5th day. So 6th, 7th, 8th. Things everywhere should be, up and doing.
So now let me tell you.
Or did you come to Nigeria to dry up? Like I said earlier.
Of rain too. I brought some. You know the
weather.
Your house. You know the weather has been.
Hold it in your house. Take a good shower with it in your house.
In my house.
In your house.
Listen to me. You know the weather has been awesome.
Awesome.
Because as the commissioner, I've been doing well in the weather. I just I came with rain and I've given the rain out and everybody's on a Selemeno. Say Selemeno.
Selemeno.
Good. That's what everybody is. Now, I want to bring you the story about a particular Nigerian who has done something amazing. She did something amazing. And, we're talking about Nigerians. And a lot of, when I was in the UK, why are you laughing?
Sorry, my fellow Nigerians. I know you guys would like to laugh with me because at some point, when someone say, when I was, there actually is Nigerian UK.
Where's Nigerian UK? No, I didn't go. I took flights. Eagles flights. Is Eagles
flights? You actually forgot that that he was actually in Nigeria and UK. Anyway, I understand your plight and
Which plight?
cry,
Excuse me,
your
that
tears
which plight?
are absolutely accepted.
Accepted. So you're accepting my plight.
And you're crying now. What do you, if there's water here, I will just help you dry it. So there must be a need to dry up something so that nobody will fall. So at this point.
All right, I want to tell you that there's this girl. She's just 12-year-old, and her name is Eniola Shokunbi. Eniola Shokunbi, that's her name.
Yeah.
She invented something, and a Nigerian American student in Connecticut has secured $11.5 million in state funding to produce her innovative low-cost air filtration system for schools. The filters remove over 99% of airborne disease. Guys, she has invented something and she has received the state funding. And this is what Nigerians are doing well, really. I think we are really...
The only mistake she made is to
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. The only mistake she made is to do this. No. She not to. Please don't say it. Don't say it. But you know, what do you think about a 12-year-old person? At what age did she started working to be able to? When you were 12 years old, what did you invented?
You know, I've been inspiring you all this while, but because you chose not to understand that I've been inspiring you.
So when you were 12, what did you invent?
I invented so many things.
Like rubber band.
And don't worry. At a point,
you're inventing play. No, tell me what you invented when you were 12.
Let me just be honest and plain.
You gotta be honest and plain.
I should not be the one reading out my lines of awards and achievements. Yes, I should not be one. People should sing it because I know that you are. When someone is limited at a particular point in time, he doesn't go outside the box to fetch out the knowledge he has to. So at this point, I think when I was 12 years, I've already started making
Eba. Making what?
Making something, cooking something.
Like what?
Back door, and now it's smelling everywhere.
What were you making, Eba?
No, I don't need to tell you the secret to my success or my success story. You just need to be inspired.
Inspired about what?
Okay.
Now, let's go to Nigerian movie because a lot is happening on Nigerian.
I also want to say something about this young lady.
Okay, yeah.
So, the interesting thing about it is that age limit in which she was able to achieve this, and I honestly view that you said she is a Nigerian British or.
She's a Nigerian American. Yeah.
I think, for this knowledge to come to this green light, I think it was a foreign influence force.
Okay.
And, I tell her, yes, Owomaya, she was born into a rich and wealthy family who could actually, fend for her out there to bring it here because the recognition, assuming it was local recognition, it wouldn't have gone this global.
Okay.
It might be downplayed. But at this point, I give her a clothes and these are things.
You give her clothes.
She's
wearing clothes now. Okay, I call it the give her. Oh, I call it.
So
I give her
inspire our young, growing up ladies and for them to live the lives of TikTok.
So this is life of Jesus, TikTok,
That's where their life depends on now. Every girl feels like if I don't make it online.
Does she look like a 12-year-old girl? Looking at her, do you think
she actually does look like a 12-year-old girl?
Looks like a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah, she does.
Okay, well, let's move on from the 12-year-old inventor and let's talk about movies right now. And this particular one I'm talking about is just what happened, and it's about also
they can people that have good job.
We see. the treasures of my life.
Hold it, that treasure.
Take.
You need the treasure more than I
Take
do.
it. I need treasure.
You need the treasure. You need the treasure so that at least if you don't make it on earth, you make it in heaven.
I've made it in heaven. I've made it in life. No. Hello.
And still they love you in earth.
I want to give her. Now this is the key to my treasures. Because I want to give her, guys.
No, I don't need to collect it.
Today I will do giveaway. Even the people on the background, I will give all of you a piece of land and advice. I will. Don't worry.
On 13th of February, I know I'm bringing
I
this.
will give you a piece of land and advice.
The land that you promised to buy for me, Uncle.
I wrapped it in package. Rats came and chopped land. I don't know.
I don't know if you are belonging to Nigeria in this
wait,
because
rats came and chopped land. Like I packaged land. I was asked, land was already ready. Land already ready. So
honestly, disappeared.
To deliver it. No, rats came and ate the land. It come like say the land and the land with milk and honey. So the things with the rats say, I won't make I chop land though. So now
these are wordings of a man who don't know
rats chop my 2 plots.
The future.
2 plots I won't give you, rat chop them.
Why you not chop?
Now I want to give you I can't I want to give you the key to my wealth. I don't want to give ATM today because I want to tell you. Now, before I give her the key, let's talk about Uzaruku. You guys know Uzaruku. Uzaruku is an amazing actor.
Parara.
But you know, someone came on X and was like, why do you guys always do this? Why do you guys, you know, he's married.
Yeah.
And someone was asking,
Uzaruku is married?
Oh. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Hey. Because
he pay me.
He pay you.
He pay me.
He pay you.
He pay me. You know why he pay me? I don't fantasize waiting and waiting not to. And all of a sudden, I can't be able to achieve those dreams. Why? But wait though. But the contrasting thing is that now our Achalugo allegedly boozing on the internet that she's actually having a crash course on her marriage. Her marriage, you know, this marriage.
All this marriage,
all this celebrity marriage stuff now, you know.
Okay, so
I think, okay, with Uzo being married and Bam Bam's marriage is on the brink of, you know, it falling out because actually she unfollowed her husband. Her husband unfollowed her on.
Who's that?
Bam Bam and Teddy B.
I'm talking about Uzaruku and I want to say something.
Oh, how can you talk about?
We're going to leave this show today here. When I come back tomorrow, and you know what?
You have to finish what you started though.
No. Let's end it here today so that on Friday we are going to have a good time. I am your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment. Sorry I couldn't bring you what Uzaruku was saying. I will talk about it tomorrow, but just stay with me and hang on tomorrow. I'm going to bring you all the details, and tomorrow it's going to be a blast, okay? So thank you very much for doing this with me this afternoon. You see how calm I am because I want you to be calmer. That's cool, Palmer. Leave it there. And I want you to know that I love you and I celebrate you a lot. As the commissioner, thank you very much for doing this with me, even though you will not thank me, and I move on. I will see you again, same time, same station tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Love, that sweet feeling that makes your heart race, your palms sweat, and your phone screen light up at midnight. This Valentine's season, love is not just in the air, love is on your screen. Aneke TV proudly presents a special Valentine program made just for you. Whether you're madly in love, healing from heartbreak, thinking of marriage, or still asking, is this really my person? Aneke TV has something for your heart. Get ready for real conversations, sweet love stories, relationship basketballs, and marriage truths nobody told you about. From dating in today's world to keeping the spark alive to building a marriage that actually works, we are breaking it down, heart to heart, no filters. Expect laughter, expect tears, and expect moments that will make you say, "Ah." Now, maybe this. Well, this Valentine is not just about flowers and chocolate. It's about connection. It's about commitment. And it's about choosing love every single day. Do you know what to do? Grab your partner, tag your crush, call your spouse, or just cuddle up with your pillow. Because Aneke TV is serving love premium style. Don't miss this Valentine special on Aneke TV. We are having the best of them and the men them. Mr. West.
Momo, Momo, hey, them call me Momo. I don't need sense to love, oh. Your love makes me a happy Momo. I am a Momo. I'm not saying, I'm not saying love and Momo has anything to do in common, but no. What I'm saying is that you don't do love and logic together. You have to pick one. Either you love or you are a logic and critical thinker. You can combine both. It will not work. So what am I saying in essence? Come 14th February, I will be live on Aneke TV, on YouTube. Yes, YouTube, Aneke TV. I will be live with Commissioner of Enjoyment, Good Hope himself, and some other amazing young people to talk about Valentine, to talk about love, to talk about the best practices surrounding Valentine and love. Don't miss it for anything, please. Aneke TV on YouTube with West and Good Hope.
Mazio Wanile.
Yeah, what's good, boy people? This is your boy Mazio Wanine. Nwa mono konwa. Anyanyelo ndoka na Lesotho. Ofoye, ofonwa. The only boy not believe in love, but love equally believe in him. See, on the 1st of February, I will be live on Aneke TV and I will be chilling with Commissioner of Enjoyment, the man they call the Good Hope. They will be banter. That your love.
Social lawyer, the red pepper.
What's up, my people? It's your home girl, official social lawyer, popularly called Red Pepper. I'm being called Red Pepper. This is the season of love, and you know what it is. Everywhere is painted red. We're gonna send some love message, and you know the 14th February is around the corner, and this is the time where we share our love message. And we have the likes of Minister of Enjoyment for enjoyment. We have the likes of Marzi. We have the likes of West of Good Life, and you have the likes of official social lawyer Red Pepper on 13th of February to dish out some hot love dose contradiction opinions about what Valentine is all about. And I know you guys will not miss it. We're going to be live on Aneke TV on 13th of February on Friday by 2 p.m. I know, and I don't want to look for you. Stay tuned.
And the Anchor Commissioner for Enjoyment. Hello, what's up, Enugu? What's up, Coal City? Is your one and only Commissioner of Enjoyment. And I'm doing this today to tell you that we are going to be live here on 13th of February, just this Friday, to deal on that Valentine rave, man. We are ready for you. We are ready for the guys, and we are ready for the men who are coming my way. And I'm telling you that we're going to be here with men them. When I talk about men them, I'm talking about Mr. West. I'm talking about social lawyer, the Red Pepper, and I'm also talking about Mazu Wanile. I'm gonna host these guys, and we're gonna talk about love, Valentine, fun, and how it is. Again, people get back why, because this life, you gotta know what it is and how it is happening. And that's why I say, let me just let you know, you are invited to that wonderful show. I want to see you, and stay tuned for that day. Time is 2 p.m. bro. When it's 2 p.m., let's rock and roll, because you are amazing and you will learn how to love. Cody. You're gonna have this rave on Valentine. Have a wonderful time as we bring you the best on 13th of February, 2 p.m. till Mama calls. Yes, we are ready on Aneke TV for this Valentine. Stay tuned.
Ohaneze Ndị Igbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Ali Igbo, namely Collins Obinna Chibueze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinasa Onyedimonazo Ukegbu Erivo. on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Igbo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boasts its uniqueness. Igbo is a widely spoken language in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the Coal City State because of its large deposits of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Udi Hills in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial era. On the 27th of August 1991, Enugu was carved out from Anambra to become a state. As the home of the Igbo people, Enugu's culture reflected in its music, art, and traditions. Enugu is situated in the eastern part of Nigeria, sharing borders with Benue at the north, Ebonyi at the east, Abia and Imo at the south, and Anambra and Kogi at the west, covering approximately 7,161 square kilometers. Enugu is characterized by undulating hills, forests, rivers and fertile soil, making it suitable for farming. The state experiences significant rainfall with an average annual precipitation of around 2,100 millimeters and temperatures averaging 28 degrees Celsius. The people of Enugu State are predominantly Igbo, one of the largest ethnic groups in Nigeria. The Igbo language is a fundamental part of their culture and identity, with many dialects spoken across the state. Language plays a vital role in shaping the culture and identity of the Igbo people. Enugu is very rich in culture and traditional practices, one of which is the New Yam Festival, Iriji, which is a traditional celebration that marks the beginning of the harvest season. Another significant cultural event is the Masquerade Festival, Mmong, a colorful display of traditional dances, songs, and drumming. During this festival, different communities come together to showcase their masquerades. Enugu State is also known for its traditional arts including wood carving, pottery, weaving, and music. Enugu's cultural traditions help promote community cohesion, social bonding, and cultural identity. In the past, Enugu's economy was largely driven by coal mining. During the colonial era, Enugu was one of Nigeria's major industrial and economic centers. Today, Enugu's economy has become more diversified with some key sectors which includes agriculture, trade and markets, education and government, tourist centers. Enugu State is an important part of Nigeria, known for its cultural richness, peaceful environment, rich history and tourist attractions. From its coal mining history to its current role as an educational and cultural hub, Enugu continues to grow and contribute greatly to the development of Nigeria.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world.
You are welcome to yet another program of our Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is where we bring you incisive discourse on some national issues. We are pleased to actually discuss this issue that has been in the front burner, and Nigerians are yearning for a very credible election. For the first time, we see the populace making a demand on the system. The Senate had, during the electoral amendment of the Electoral Act of 2002, pinned on a ground that was not good for Nigerians. I have the topic of the day as the Electoral Act Amendment, What Hope? And I have in the studio a journalist, a public affairs commentator, a great analyst, a leader of the Union of Journalists, Comrade Kenneth Ofoma.
My pleasure.
The former Vice President of NUJ Nigeria.
My pleasure to be here once again.
I said Nigeria has been yearning for an electoral act that will stand the test of time, such that we'll be able to give them a free, fair, and credible election, that we're able to give them the kind of leadership that we're yearning for that will do the change to take Nigeria into another level. Nigeria, over time, has been plagued with a lot of problems. These problems ranges from security to economic chaos and other things like that. The agriculture sector, which should have been the highest employer of labor, is reduced to the lowest ebb. Nigeria is no longer known as an economy based. It is now a consumer nation with a monolithic economy. All the all the money that comes into Nigeria's purse is from oil. So, over the years, Nigerians have had a downturn in all its affairs. And as a result, they want a leadership that will bring a change that will have positive effects on the yearnings and aspirations of the Nigerian populace. And like I said, the man who is going to lend voice to this topic is Comrade Ken Ofoma. Comrade Ken Ofoma, you are witness to the controversies that have been raging on in the National Assembly, anyway, especially Senate, because the House of Representatives had earlier passed that bill, and included in what they passed is about a real-time transmission of results by the presiding officer, the INEC presiding officer from the polling units, transmitting our result to the IREV. And the Senate had, been slow in, passing their own. But when they started last week, the Senate reverted to what had been in the Electoral Act Section 60, subsection 3, which says transfer of election result. Yet, the Senate, was mute about the real-time transmission of election. And Nigerians are not happy. Consequently, Nigerians went to make a demand through a protest at the National Assembly, one led by the former presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, and another led by Rotimi Amechi and many others that were out there to say no to the position of Senate on Section 60, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act. Of course, it is not the only thing that the Electoral Act amendment contained, yet the people are more interested in just one section more than any other one. So, these controversies has been raging on. What's your take?
Well, thank you very much. Yes, like you rightly pointed out, the issue of electoral system, which is the process of electing new leaders by the people, and which is the democratically recognized, constitutionally approved method of changing regime, other than coup. So that electoral system that we have in Nigeria has been problematic over the years, and it is believed that if we're able to get our electoral system right, we're able to get our leadership recruitment right. But when people are in office and they know that they are elected by the people, they will owe their allegiance to the people and not to the clique that manipulated the system for them, or himself maybe has too much money to bribe his way, bribe security agencies, electoral officers, and what have you, and even to court, the tribunal. That's why most of the time when they partake in election and there is any controversy, they will tell you go to court. Perhaps they know they can always also wangle their way through the court. So the electoral system, yes, the 2022 amended Electoral Act, which was used for the conduct of 2023 election, there was that provision for electronics. The word they used was electronics transfer of results from the polling unit to the IRF, Aneke viewing portal. But it was just a directive by the INEC. It was not provided. And so
Now it's very agitating. Now, what would have expected the National Assembly to do, which the House of Rep did, was to exactly state it that way, that after the conduct of election, the results after the signing by the agents, including the police, it should be snapped. The electoral officer should snap it and send it through to the IRF, which everybody can see, real time. Now, real time doesn't mean that it is when the electoral officer in Sokoto sent his or her own. That is when electoral officer in Bayelsa should send. No, it is real time means after your own election, because you may experience a delayed election starting. You may start by 9, you may start by 8, but in case you experience a delay due to logistics problem, that instead of election ending by 2, you can extend it if there are people on the coup until the last person voted, even if it gets to 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., as long as the last person voted, because it was not their fault that you didn't open the poll on time. So at that moment, the last person voted. And at the moment you finish counting and recording, and after everybody signed, that is when you are supposed to snap it and send. Now, that is the real time. These things are not confusing. It's not a rocket science. And that was how the House of Rep captured it. But in the Senate, they are playing politics with it. It took the protest of Nigerian civil society groups for them to call emergency sitting again.
Plenary. yesterday.
Yeah.
And then what did they do? It's laughable actually, because they now agreed that election results should be shall. The electoral officer shall, which is compulsory, mandatory. Yes, that one is, we give them pass mark for including that mandatory. Now, but they now added a proviso that if the network fails, then she should now compile it manually, and that the manual should be the primary source of the results collation. So Nigerians are now saying, why bring that? It's like a virus. We know Nigeria. We know when you operated a card reader system, where they provided such a proviso that in case you are not able to get accredited through the system, that they should be given an incident form, which people now abused. So everybody now started buying PVC. When they buy, they give anybody. Well, you just go there, get an incident form and sign, and so it was abused. That was how Aneke on their own came up with this idea of beavers, which now uses both fingerprinting and facial recognition. And so, however, in my own thinking, that proviso is even a surplusage. You know why? It was not necessary to even say that. They have done the needful. And the needful is that the electoral officer shall. That is mandatory. That's all we need. What it means now is that at what point do you even determine when there is no network or network? That is at the point you have finished compiling the results and everybody signed. It is not that you snap it and send. When you snap it and send, it can no longer determine whether there is a network or not. In any event, even the original act contains that sending the result electronically should go simultaneously with what you have already compiled. So it is that result that you already have, which you have already snapped and sent, that you are also going to take to the collation center. Collation center. You have already sent it, the one you snapped. Okay. Then you take the hard copy to the collation center. And you know how this thing works is that once you send it, whether there is network or no network, there is a time stamp showing when you sent it. The moment you move a kilometer away, where you now pick network, the thing will automatically go. And it will not, the time stamp is already there when you sent it. So saying that when you send and there is network failure, you can, the law, even the old one they are trying to amend, already said you should do the electronics transmission and manual compilation, which you have already done, which you have already snapped. So I don't even see any further argument over this. They have done that share.
Okay. Just before you know go deep into this analysis, which you have done very, very apt. About 177,000 polling units are going to be used during the election in 2027. And about 15,000 of it do not have network. So the controversy has been where there are no networks, which, of course, the Senate president, who, of course, took most of the attacks and blames, defended the Senate's position that it's as a result of network failure. But some Nigerians has continued to say, we have we'll be using technology in communication. We'll be using technology in financial sector and all that. And we have not seen a time where it completely, the grid collapsed. It is not like the electricity grid that collapses and the nation will be in darkness for days. Okay, communication is about any short while glitch. It could happen short while. But
why did they anticipate that there'll be a network failure on that same day of election if there are no thoughts of doing some sabotage?
See, that's what I'm telling you. Maybe the National Assembly members or whoever is influencing them thought that they are smart. When Nigerians are smarter. And who will determine whether there is network or no network? First of all, the law requires that at the end of poll, you write all the results, count them, tabulate them, then snap after the agents must have signed. Which, at that point, the job of the electoral officer is to snap and send. Whether it is there is network or no network, it's no longer his business. You know, one good thing about ICT is that whatever you do, you leave a fingerprint. Because even in the form you are snapping, there is a provision for you to state when the election ended. So if the election ended by 6 p.m. and after signing and compiling the result, it was 7 p.m. and you snapped it and sent as required. If there is, whether there is network or no network is immaterial, because it will definitely go by the time you move to the local government where you're going to do the collation. The moment there is network, it will pick it and automatically transfer it. I mean, in any event, you are also required to go with the hard copy, which you have already snapped and sent simultaneously. So by the time you get to the collation center, if you tamper with the one you already have and signed by the agents, including the security, and they also have copies, it will now be different from the one that will register at the IRA by the time you pick network. So it can only be deliberate sabotage where the collation officer or the electoral officer refuses to send it in the first place, and where that is where we need upright judges. Because this thing I'm telling you, they will ask you, if you are a collation officer, electoral officer, you say, yeah, there is no network, that's why I didn't. How did you know that there is no network? Did you send it? Let it be that it didn't go. The moment you send it, unless you delete it again.
Yeah, because naturally, if we send say this on our phone,
yes, if there is no
network or no
eventually
network,
it will go.
It will certainly go.
Once there is network.
The moment network comes, it goes. Yes.
So did you comply? Yeah, no, I didn't send it because. How did you know there is no network? Your job is to comply first, snap and send. You have done your bit. And then the law requires that it was done simultaneously, that as you have already compiled it on the result sheet. That is the one you snapped. You are not expected to throw it away. The one ahead. So you are still going to take it to the collation center, which is the local government. And I don't know how many local governments in Nigeria that don't have a network, where people doing POS cannot operate and all that. So granted that the beavers does not require network to accredit facial capture, but it is when you snap and send, that's why you require network. So the moment you have completed your duty, it will show on your machine that you have completed, you have snapped it, and you have sent it. If it didn't go, it will still be on your system, not delivered. So even if there is a petition against you, it will still be in the system that you send it at so time,
and it will be seen,
and it was not delivered, and you have already recorded the time you ended the election. So you would have absolved yourself of any blame. But once you sent it, definitely once you move to the local government where you're going to do the collation, there's no way at that level the network will not come in, and it will go automatically. In any event, let us even argue, for the sake of argument, according to the senators, that there are 100. They even said 9 states don't have network, which to tell you that they have ulterior motive. Which states? They didn't list the states that don't have network in Nigeria. I don't see the state. Okay, who told you that? Because all through the sittings by the various electoral committees. They were even, at a point they were sitting jointly, electoral committee of the House of Rep, electoral committee of the Senate. They went to retreat, they went to public hearing, they did everything together. And they all agreed, and the INEC was sitting with them. Technology and communication experts were sitting with them.
Thank you.
NCC never told you that they don't have a network. INEC never told you they have issue transmitting results.
Of course they agreed they can do
so
it.
So your objection is not based on any data or authority. In any event, the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters have submitted reports which agree that the results should be snapped and sent electronically, real time. But they are quarreling with real time. I don't know what they thought real time is. Real time means when you finish the election. It doesn't mean that it is general that at a particular time everybody across the country should send it. No, that's not what it means. It means, but if they are afraid of using the word real time, why not use it? Send it at the end of poll when you finish in your own polling unit. So it is polling unit specific. Do you understand? So send it after you would have compiled the result simultaneously, then snap and send. I can give you an example what I witnessed in my polling unit during the 2023 election. Following that directive, the electoral officer, after compiling the and announcing, signing, and after signing, they had their copies, agents. The electoral officer wanted to take off. Even police security people were telling them, want to take you to the collation center. The people, voters, young people, said, no, don't go, snap it and send here. She wanted to say, because she knew that there was network there. So you can't give her excuse because there's network. Say, okay, she now wanted to lie. Okay, I don't have data. Say, okay, don't worry, we'll hotspot you. And they did it. They hotspotted the lady, and she sent the snap and sent, which was a requirement. Forget about whether it will go or not. It is no longer within your hands. You can't control it. Once you, it will be on your system. The system will show that you have snapped and sent. You have complied with the requirement of the law. Whether it failed to deliver or not is no longer your business.
So your position is that the amendment as it is,
the one they did yesterday.
Yes, the one they did yesterday
is perfect. Is okay.
Still give Nigeria
what they want,
free, fair, and credible
if
election.
The judges interpret it the way I'm trying to interpret it. If they don't want to be anachronistic or analog about it, it's very simple. Even though,
because you are interpreting, you are not a judge.
I'm not a judge, and I'm not even a communication expert. But this thing is as simple as ABC. If anybody wants to be truthful to himself, just like somebody said, it can't wake somebody who is pretending to be sleepy. It can only wake somebody who is truly sleepy.
Yet some Nigerians are
so
still
these who are pretending that they don't understand these things. They are pretending. No, they just want to introduce mischief for the purpose of rigging election, and that's why they thought they are smart. Okay, we have outsmarted them. Let us add this proviso. They didn't know that word shall. That's all we need. That the electoral officer shall, which is in law.
And there's even a penalty
in law.
If the presiding officer
did not
to do it.
So some people are still questioning, how can you give a presiding officer authority to determine this 177,000 polling units going to have 1,077
177,000
presiding officers. You are giving them power of alpha and omega. No, the law requires that once you finish, after tabulating on paper, which you already have, you fill in the time you ended the poll, you fill in the result of each party, snap it and send.
Okay.
Immediately.
Now
not to wait till tomorrow, 2 days.
What do you, in your position, what do you think is achievable by this? If there's no mischief, in some of these little clauses added to it, what do you think will be achieved?
My thinking, because of the difficulty Nigerians are having in understanding this process, because of the introduction of that proviso, which I told you is a surplusage, is not necessary to say if there is no network, How they already you are expected to send it. It's not for you to determine whether there is network or not. It's only somebody who is arguing that you didn't send it, that when they open the system, they will see that you have sent it. It didn't deliver. It's not my point.
Okay.
So it's no longer for you, and that you didn't tamper with the data as to switch off your data and say there is no network. No, they would have seen anything you do in internet. That's what I say. Internet does not forget. Anything you do is you leave a footprint, a digital footprint.
So what are we going to achieve?
So what are we going to achieve? But I will still, since now that the Senate has consulted 12-man reconciliation committee, because once the process is harmonization. Now the House of Rep, they are going to bring 12 also, Senate, then they now go and harmonize. And what they do there is to vote between the version passed by the House of Rep and the version passed by the Senate. I will still urge Nigerians to put pressure on the National Assembly now at the harmonization committee to pass the version passed by the House of Rep because of clarity, to avoid some judges failing to interpret the law correctly, like I'm trying to tell you. Because some judges who want to be mischievous can still be playing with words. There is no network. Who told you there is no network? Has the man complied first of all by sending it at the end of the polling? That's what the law says, and it is mandatory, but essential. But to avoid that, because the one passed by the House of Rep is very clear and unambiguous, and they did not put any proviso. They just said at the end of poll, the electoral officer should snap the paper, the result, which must have been signed by the agents, and transmit automatically real time, which is at the end of your polling. That's your own real time. Then you would have fulfilled, the electoral officer would have fulfilled his own part of the bargain. So the fear of if there is no network, is no longer within his powers.
But I want to ask, with this provision presently, are you saying that there will be a free, fair, and credible election that may eventually make the choice of leadership that the people want to emerge?
It is one critical step or one critical factor. There are other factors. But you know, over time, all the amendments, all the electoral reforms, we have experienced improvement, you know, in a piecemeal, incrementally. But it was after one election, you see another loophole. But sometimes the National Assembly members, in making law, they always create a loophole, which they know. They have experts that advise them. It's a mischief.
Before you continue, let us pause for a break. When we come back, you will continue with what you are saying. We're still on Aneke TV, and our topic is the Electoral Act Amendment that's going on in the National Assembly. I said, what hope? Do we have a hope of getting what Nigerians are yearning for? That is good leadership and good elections. Don't go away. We'll come back. I'm sorry if you are set. Oh? Yes, I'm ready. So welcome back. We're still on Aneke TV, and our program is Arena. And my guest is still Comrade Ken Ofoma. The former Vice President of NUJ is here speaking on this Electoral Act controversies which has been going on in Nigeria. It has attracted about 2 days protest
in the National Assembly. And possibly, it could still attract more protests. Who knows? But Nigerians are insisting that the item on Section 60, subsection 3, must be made in such a way that it will help the INEC to organize a free, fair, and credible election. I do not know why Nigerians are not interested in so many other things contained in the Electoral Act. They're only interested in this one that will send the result real time by transmission. Well, Nigerians do know better. I think if it is done, the electorates, and of course the candidates, especially those who have always seen that votes no longer count in Nigeria, may be having the enthusiasm now to come into partisan politics so as to come and serve Nigeria and make life meaningful and better for the teeming population. Comrade Ofoma, we were talking about what we are going to get. What we are going to get if it is a free, fair, credible election, and the spiral effect of such amendment, if it so happens.
Yes, and I was saying that this idea of transparent election, particularly the transmission of results from polling unit to the IRF, much as IRF is not a collation center, but it shows the whole world the outcome of election in every polling unit, so that if there is manipulation behind the scene again, it will be known. Judges are human beings. If they themselves may be monitoring the IRF, if they see that this particular place, this is what the IRF said, and INEC officials are bringing a different result, and you know that now that it is codified, it is now made part of the Electoral Act, no longer directive by INEC. It means that IRF will now also have evidential value, just like the hard copy they are going to send. So it means that they are going to be more. Elections are won and lost at the polling unit. That is the epicenter. That is the center of gravity of every election. That's why people are interested. Because in the past, before election we move from polling unit to the collation center, a lot of things would have happened. So that is one. So if Nigerians achieve that, it is a very big jump. That is why every other amendment is critical, but this is the most critical if we achieve it. And I believe it has been achieved by putting that word, two key words, shall, which makes it mandatory, a law, shall transmit. The second word is transmit. Even if you don't say real time, but once you are transmitting, there is a provision for you to put time. So it has already forced your hand to write when the election ended. So if you delay and post 24 hours later, or 72 hours later, or 42, you have already exposed yourself that the election ended at so time. So why did you delay in sending it? If you claim, oh, there is no network, how did you determine there was no network? Why did you send it at all? You are expected to send it immediately after the election. That's what the law provided. Secondly, the Beavers has already captured the number of voters, accredited voters. So you go outside to do any other thing, you will be exposing yourself. So I believe that on that angle. But then other aspects of finally, like I said on that angle, that it will be better if the National Assembly in their reconciliation committee meeting, they should pass the one by the House of Rep because of clarity. But even if it is the one passed by the Senate, it is good enough. It may not be perfect, but it is good enough. Particularly if you have a judiciary that is progressive in terms of their interpretation of the law, if they are not conservative and anachronistic. it is clean. It is clear for any rational human being to interpret correctly. Then, other aspects of the amendment, there is a problem in terms of reduction of the time through which by which INEC can announce the timetable, the result, election timetable. They are reduced from 360 to about 160 now, or 180. And many people have said that it will affect the logistics and the preparation. There is a reason for that time. I know that what they are trying to do, because of the time they wasted, you had 3 years to do all these amendments. You didn't do it. Now that it is only barely 12 months, you are now trying to. Because already, by the time the two chambers will harmonize and send it to the president will still take his time, a month or so, to decide whether he will assent or not. And if he didn't assent, he will send it back to National Assembly. National Assembly will still wait another 30 days to override the presidential assent or no assent. So because if I can count plus minus another 3 months, by then it would have eaten into the time as contained in the previous Electoral Act. That's why they now wanted to reduce it to 160 to accommodate all this time that we wasted. But in doing so, they have also distorted other timeline and programs in the Electoral Act in terms of logistics. Part of the problem we used to have in the past is the logistics, being able to print all these electoral matters on time, distribution, and what have you. So I don't know how we're going to manage that. But however, they can still pass the old one if there is political will and determination on part of the executive and the legislature. They can still get all these things done on time without waiting for 3 months. Within 1 month, they can still pass it if there is a agreement that this is what we need to deliver. And then there are other minor issues.
Okay. Do you, in this present circumstance, do you see INEC duly positioned to actually give Nigerians a free, fair, and credible election, apart from the controversies about amendment?
You see, Nigerians don't trust INEC. And that is why this amendment is very critical. Because what made most Nigerians, especially the young ones, participate actively in 2023 election was because of that promise by the former INEC boss. I remember the director voter education then, Festus Okoye, he was everywhere, promising everybody that IRF will work, that nobody was going to rig, which they eventually dashed, the judiciary dashed our hope anyway. Because the law that empowers INEC to produce guidelines, it also recognizes that whatever guideline they produce, the subsidiary law should also be counted. But court said no. But when you compare it to the act, setting up CBN, for instance, it's a similar act that gave CBN right to make directives, and it becomes subsidiary law. Any bank that does not obey those guidelines will face punishment, and the court will uphold it. So why is it different from INEC? So, but that is by the way. Now, why people had interest and participated actively in 2023 general election? Because of that assurance that everything will be done real time, you will see the result. And that is why if a National Assembly did not hearken to the cry and protest carried out by making that transmission mandatory, it will have killed the zeal. The voter apathy would have worsened. But now there is going to, if these things are passed and signed and it becomes part of the electoral act that will guide or govern the 2027 general election, then whether INEC could be trusted or not trusted, the law would have taken good care of a greater aspect of the election, that if any INEC officer is found wanting, the law can catch up with the person. So that's what people are trying to say, that some of these laws help to reduce human interference in elections, where you introduce more technology. That is the essence of it. And so, the truth is that nobody trusts INEC. You know why? Politicians want to compromise them. Starting from the recruitment of ad hoc staff, starting from posting of even INEC supervisory officers, EOs, electoral officers in the various local government. These things are political. Why do you see this the politics, cutthroat politics that go with appointment of vice chancellors in federal universities? You see politicians struggling to be the one to to nominate who will be appointed because they want somebody that will be lenient or liable or pliable in terms of selecting lecturers that will go for returning officers during the election. Then the same way, senior civil servants who are appointed supervisory electoral officers and returning officers, they struggle to get them. Even the commonest electoral officer, the polling clerk in the polling unit, they also struggle to recruit people that they will post that can easily maneuver. So that's why people don't have that trust in INEC. Besides, even the people would have loved the amendment of the Electoral Act to get to the appointment of electoral officers, like the national chairman, the commissioners, the resident electoral commissioner. How can you be playing a football and you are the referee in a match that you are taking part? You understand my point?
Yeah.
So the idea that the president has to appoint all the commissioners, including the national chairman, in an election that he is also taking part in, has already, even if it is not real, that even if he decided to exercise that that power dispassionately without any partisanship, people will already, the perception already is that, oh, he has appointed people that are loyal to him, and he who pays the piper calls the tune. But
it happened in Nigeria.
And of course, we do experience some unscrupulous electoral officers. Like what happened in Adamawa, where the resident electoral commissioner came to announce result in the last governorship election as against the returning officer. And what have you? Even in Akwa Ibom or Cross River, where the returning officer also compromised, is in serving jail term now. Because of Mike Guinea.
Yes, but I'm saying that the president had, appointed all these key officers in the electoral system, yet the president lost the election in Nigeria.
Yes, it has happened. And that's to tell you the determination of the people. And that if you introduce this technology, where less and less will depend on INEC officials, but on machine transmission, that like Showore, the activists say that if you have a good electoral system, 90% of the senators would lose the election. That's his own summation, But for me, I think it's closer to it that if you have free, fair election, most of the governors, House of Rep, senators, they will lose the election. That's the truth. Because it is people that will now decide. The vote will really count. In a system where things can be manipulated, if you go to court, court will disappoint you. And that's how there are many people who are not supposed to be in National Assembly. There are many governors who are not supposed to be governors. That is the truth.
So, and what do you expect Nigeria to be like when the vote starts counting? What's the expectation?
What I expect is that for everybody to be at alert and follow the law. The law says after voting, you wait, it is counted in your presence, it is snapped in your presence, it is transmitted in your presence. You have done your bit. And I gave you an example how it happened in my own polling unit in the 2023 general election. Assuming that polling officer who wanted to go was allowed to go, you don't know what could have happened on the way before they could get from the polling unit to the local government collection center. A lot of things would have happened. So because people were active, because they know their rights. Even when the electoral officer claimed that she was a lady, even when she claimed that she doesn't have data, they say, we will hotspot you. And assuming that she's dealing with illiterate people, old people who don't know what they are doing. But you have young people who can even help them maneuver the machine.
Okay, with this new bill, if it is signed into law, the way you have looked at it, will Nigeria have a free, fair, and credible election? Just sum it up.
If it is signed into law, if there is no deliberate switching off of the system, and you call it a glitch, if everything goes according to the law, I can tell you that electoral malpractice would have been reduced by 80%.
That is the much we can take on these controversies about Electoral Act amendment going on in the National Assembly. I want to tell you that you have to be with us on Arena, same time on this television, Aneke TV, moving with the world. Thank you, comrades Kenneth Ofoma, for being with us today.
My pleasure.
And thank you, viewer. Always watch Aneke TV. Thank you and God bless you. Racha, you were mesmerizing it.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape. Popularly known as Japa, The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of JAPA are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Ohaneze Igbo worldwide heartily congratulate two illustrious sons and a daughter of Alibo, namely Collins Obinachiweze, Shabuzi, Tyler Gregory Okoma, Tyler the Creator, and Cynthia Chinyasa Onyedimonazo Ukebu Erivo, on their historic victories at the 68th Grammy Awards held on 2nd February 2026. Their remarkable achievements across diverse creative fields stand as a powerful testament to the creativity, resilience, excellence, and global relevance of Igbo talent. By proudly carrying their Igbo identities and names onto the world's most prestigious cultural stage, they have brought immense honor to Nigeria and to Nigerians everywhere. Speaking on behalf of the global Igbo nation, the President General of Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, stated, "These outstanding achievements reaffirm the timeless Igbo virtues of brilliance, hard work, innovation, courage, and perseverance. Our sons and daughters have once again demonstrated that wherever Ndi Igbo find themselves, excellence follows, and they hoist the flag of Nigeria. We celebrate these winners not only for their personal success, but for elevating the Igbo name as Nigerian citizens with dignity and pride before the world." Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide thanks these award winners for being the worthy ambassadors of Igbo values and for inspiring millions of young people across the globe. Their journey sends a clear message to Igbo youth everywhere. Remain focused, law-abiding, resilient, and committed to excellence, knowing that integrity and perseverance can open doors on any global stage. As a people known for turning adversity into opportunity, Ndi Igbo remain proud contributors to national and global progress. Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide urges the government, institutions, and stakeholders to continue investing in structures that nurture talent, creativity, and enterprise, so that future successes may flourish both at home and abroad. Once again, we celebrate these historic victories and salute all Igbo youths who continue to project the values of Alibo with honor and distinction. Signed, Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary, Ohaneze Igbo Worldwide.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asowa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Now, I know Valentine's season is around the corner. Everybody's feeling mushy. Love is in the air. You can't wait to be part of the Valentine's celebration. Maybe get something for your loved one or your partner, or just the whole Valentine Yahabuhu. That's what I call it. Valentine Yahabuhu. I don't even know what it means, but it just sounds fun saying it. It sounds kind of, let's say it sounds a little bit classy and then mixed with ethnic fusion. So yes, Valentine Yahabahu. So I'm here to share with you some of the things you should not be doing as a woman during this Valentine season. Yes, I know that you're all feeling lovey-dovey. I know that this is happening, that is happening, but these are the utmost things that you should not be found doing during this Valentine season or even on Valentine's Day. Number one thing is your mindset. You thinking that Valentine is just for people in a relationship or for people that are married. My dear, nope. Valentine is not just for those that are married or those in a relationship. It is also for you that is single. Yes, you can spend Valentine's Day with your other loved ones. Maybe your mom, your dad, your siblings, your friends. I remember when I was single, there was this particular Valentine I spent it with my friend, and it was one of my fondest memories as a single person celebrating Valentine's Day. We got dressed up and we're looking hot, if I might add. We looked all beautiful, you know, all mushy, gushy, you know, just really cute, dressed up really nice, wore our heels with our bags and our money and our cards in our bag. And we took ourselves out, had something to eat, we gisted, took pictures, and we looked extraordinarily beautiful. Like, I can't even forget it. It's one of my fondest memories. Like, every time I just think back, I'm always holding on to that memory. You know, this is an opportunity for you to create new memory with people that you love aside that special someone. And it's also a particular opportunity for you to show yourself love or show your loved ones love. You can write a love letter to your siblings, to your parents, to your mom, to your dad, just appreciating them and telling them how much you love them. It is also an opportunity for you to do something nice for yourself. The years leading to me being married, every Valentine's Day, I will do something special for myself. I will take it as maybe a special skincare day or self-care day, and I will just do some of my skincare, you know, do this, do that, or I make a special meal for myself. And if I can afford it, if it's in my budget, I would get myself a Valentine's Day gift. That is something I did while I was single. So even if you're not in a relationship, you're not excluded from Valentine's Day. You just need to make it about something meaningful. Valentine is the act of showing love, of being, you know, particular about love. And love is not linear. Love is multidimensional. You just need to express it in a way that is beautiful to people around you. Help people in need. Reach out to the community. You know, reach out to people in the community. Do something that would impact people's lives. That is one thing. Change that mindset of because you're not in a relationship, because you're single, Valentine's Day is not for you. Says who? So the next thing you need to change is, if you're in a relationship, thinking that the number of gifts you get on Valentine's Day equates the love that the person feels for you. No, my dear. Someone can get you someone can even get you a landed property or a car or a house, and that person is getting it because they beat you up the previous day. That is not love. So don't equate the love that someone feels for you because of the gifts that they get for you. It could actually be because that's what they can afford at the moment. It can be because, you know, they don't really know what to get for you and that's all they could get. So don't equate that because the person got you this, that means that the person's love for you is on this level. The next thing is, please, my dear, don't compare your relationship to social media. Yes, I know that on Valentine's Day they are going to pressure some people, but don't allow some people to be you. Not you that you're watching Dear Woman, not you that you're part of this gang and we're having this conversation right now. Not you. Don't allow yourself to be pressured. Now, if you see people posting all sorts of things on Valentine's Day, how they got them 12 gifts, 50 gifts, 50 new bags, 50 Birkin bags, don't allow that to pressure you. It is good for them. They should live their own lives, but don't allow it to pressure you or make you pressure the person you're in a relationship with, or your husband or your partner, your husband, and tell that person, oh, because you know see that this person got this for his wife, you are getting this for me, is that not your fellow man, you are talking like someone that does not have sense. And there's one thing I know about us women, we have sense. At least if you're listening to Dear Woman, I know that you're somebody that has sense. You cannot be found doing something like that. Definitely not. So don't go and pressure your man or start comparing your relationship with that or other people because of what you see on social media. Social media is not real. Social media is pretend. It is packaging. Now, for instance, social media is just like a lady putting on a dress. The lady might have saggy boobs. She might have flapping or apron belly, but you will not see it because the person has really picked out an outfit, did her makeup, and is looking all cute. So you would definitely not see that part of the person's body because the person is all covered up. The way I am sitting right now, you don't know my flaws, you don't know the good thing or the bad thing about me. You just see someone that is looking very pretty in her natural face, in her beautiful dress. That is what social media is. Don't allow them to pressure you. Okay? Yes. Now, another thing that I don't want you to do on this Valentine's Day, especially for those people that are single, somebody gives you a gift and then asks you to come to a hotel room to pay for that gift, and you follow that person to that hotel room. Hey, if I hear that anybody listening to Dear Woman, anybody, you are listening to Dear Woman and you do that sort of thing, the way I will use Koboko to beat you, the way I will use Koboko to wipe you, you will not like it. When that person gives you that gift, or the person asks you to come to your hotel room to get your gift, or the person asks you to come to his house to get your gift, because you are smart and because you have sense, what are you going to do? You will tell the person, okay, but you come up with something even better as a reason why you cannot go to that place. And you can ask the person to send it through a rider. The person will give you stories of, oh, I want to give it in person, I want this, I want that. You tell the person that if I actually mean that much to you, you would make the effort to get the gift to me because of this particular situation. No, when I say have sense, you have to have sense. And I don't want you to do on Valentine's Day is for you to pressure yourself by being in a relationship. You know you don't want to be in a relationship, but you are being there because you want that person to spoil you on Valentine's Day. I said we don't do that here. No, we don't do that here. Nobody here can be in a relationship they don't want to be in simply because of Valentine's Day presents. Nope, I know that is not happening. It can't be for you. No, you, because you know that I'm going to beat the hell out of you if I catch you. So I know you will not do something like that. Now, if you're in any relationship and you don't want to be in that relationship, please leave. Don't allow yourself stay there because of Valentine's Day. Valentine will come and pass. But you see the scars, you see the things that you get from that relationship, the trauma you will get in that relationship, the bad experiences you have in that relationship, it will live with you forever. But guess what? There's another Valentine's Day coming. Leave that relationship urgently. The next thing you need to know and avoid during this Valentine's season or Valentine's Day is thinking that because it is Valentine's Day you have to partake. There is no rule that you have to partake. In fact, you can, because how the algorithm works, social media algorithm is that once you watch anything, it's going to keep bringing things like that to you. So avoid anything Valentine's Day. Just avoid it. Don't watch it. Don't partake in it. Don't give it time. Don't give it credence, so that they will not give you any more of that stuff on your For You page, on your For You page. So stay away from things like that. Don't overspend to prove your love. I know that you love that guy. I know that you love him. I know that you love that person so much. But don't overspend because of Valentine. If you know that doing this is going to be above your budget, you're not going to do it. You're going to do something meaningful within your budget. There are so many meaningful things you can do for somebody within your budget. Do it. Show that person you love them within your budget. Even the person that loves you will not want you going way above your budget because of them. They will want you to stick to your financial goal and financial plan. I remember what we discussed earlier this year. We said that we're going to have a plan for ourselves. We are choosing financial independence. So don't allow Valentine to drag you back to the gutters. Don't. Something you're not going to be doing on Valentine's Day is to be the party pooper or the sad person in the midst of others, or that person, that wicked, evil person that is going to be dropping bad comments for people when they post things that their loved ones did for them. Yes, I know that you think it's not real. I know that you're hurt, you're angry, you wish that was you. But please, bottle your emotions and go and heal somewhere. Go to a therapist lounge, go and heal. Come and watch Dear Woman, and this is an opportunity to heal. Don't go people's comment section and write something meaningless or senseless or stupid or insulting or vulgar. Don't, or demeaning to them. Please hold that emotion. I know you are angry, your belly they pepper you good, but please don't share that feeling with others. Hold it in. Valentine's Day, you don't just have to say, oh, just make sure you get me Valentine's Day. Sometimes men are confused and men are clueless. They may be saying that you are talking about this thing and they will not pick up the cue that because you're talking about this thing is because you need that thing. They will just be there. But you've heard them complain about one or two things, you've heard them talk about this thing, and you know that they need it, but they don't. Men are not like that. So don't put your mind and trust that because you have been saying you want this, is going to get it for you. Just come as plain there, tell the person, I want this on Valentine's Day. But when you're bringing, maybe add a little bit of paparazzi to it so that I can have that mushy gushy feeling added to it. If you know that another person is going to take away, that feeling for you, just tell them to add a bit of paparazzi. But don't allow them to rack their brain, get something you don't need, and then you're upset that they got something you don't need, or they did not take the cue from what you have been saying all along. Men are not like that. Just go straight to the point and tell that person, I want this, I want that. Shaking. What happens on Valentine's Day is not a test on your relationship. It's not the ultimate test on relationships. People are busy. You see, real life is not social media. Real life is not movie. People have jobs, people have businesses, people have commitments, responsibilities that they need to show up for. So do not make what happens on Valentine's Day the ultimate test for your relationship or for your love life. If that person is busy and cannot show up the way you want them to show up, please try and understand. A relationship is not just on Valentine's Day, it is other days. And relationship has so much more than just how that person shows up for you on Valentine's Day. There are other days and there are better ways a person can show up for you. Just because that particular day is not convenient does not mean you should do anything. You should get angry, you should break up. Please don't. Now another thing is, don't feel pressurized because of the gift you are given to go and open your legs for somebody. And this one I say to my single girls, because I know that some people, some men, they can go out of their way to get you something really, really thoughtful, something really meaningful. And because that thing is expensive, they expect you to come and pay for it. And you yourself, because that thing is expensive, you will go cowardly, mushi, you work to go and pay for that thing. Please, my dear, even if that thing is expensive, don't go and open your legs and you want to pay for it. Oh. HIV is real. STDs is real. STIs are real. Unwanted pregnancy is real. And child care, you see, having a child, oh God, it will test you, my dear. So please, be careful. And then, most importantly, on Valentine's Day, be security conscious. Be security conscious. Somebody can take you out on Valentine's Day, but the person has been targeting you for a couple of months now, and the person quietly adds something to your drink and you will not see that person. The person quietly whispers to the barman or to the waitress or to the waiter and tells the person, please just add that and that to that person's drink or to this person's food. And then because you're not as security conscious as you should be, you just take it. You take the meal, you take the food, and you have no plan. When you're going out, tell people where you're going to, tell your family, tell your friends where you're going to. Don't just go and see a man without telling anybody where you're going to. So if you're missing, we'll know where to start from in looking for you. Please, we don't have strength to come and post missing. Last seen on 13th February, last seen on 4th. Oh, no, Holy Ghost. No. It's not happening, not to my, no. That's not happening. So please, be security conscious. Tell people where you're going to when you're going out on Valentine's Day. When you are out, be alert. Look at what you're drinking. When you move your hand, cover it. Make sure that you're not leaving your drink unattended. And also, go with a pepper spray. Now, I'll give you my recipe for making a pepper spray. Cameroon pepper, atarubu, lemon or lime, water. Blend it to be very smooth. And if possible, sieve it when you're done blending so that it will just be the watery contents that will come out. Put that watery content in something like all this perfume spray, all these small spray bottles, cleanser bottles, toner bottles, yes, or even your sunscreen bottles. Put them retinol bottles, all those, those mini bottles there, yeah. Put them there and then hold them. In case that person is about to drop you home and decides that the road leading to your house is no longer this way but that way, just bring it out, shook, and get out of the car. Okay? Another thing that you should not be found doing in this Valentine period or season is ignoring your instincts or your gut feelings. There are so many things that sometimes you go out, sometimes things happen, and your instinct, gut feelings, is just telling you that something is amiss. But because you have coconut head, you refuse to listen. Please, this time around, listen. Okay? please, 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 please try and listen. No go get coconut head though. I'm begging you, try as much as you can to listen to, your gut feelings, your intuition, your instincts, whatever you call it, your inner man, your spirit within. Listen to it. And when it tells you not to do something, please don't. When it tells you to leave a particular place, carry yourself gingerly and leave that place. When it tells you not to go somewhere, stay indoors. Don't go anywhere. I'm begging you. Ejo, I beg. Biko, stay inside. Don't go anywhere. Thank you. I'm going to share a brief story with you of something that happened on Valentine's Day, not to me personally, but to someone else. And I'm hoping that you get to learn a few lessons from this Valentine's Day season. So, there is this guy, I'm going to call her Lady Mara, and there's this guy I'm going to call him Johnson. So, Johnson has been asking Mara out from the previous year, all year round, and Lady Mara consistently refused. Now, we're edging towards December and then January, and towards the ending of January, Johnson was still asking Mara out on a date and to be his girlfriend. And Mara was still going to refuse, but then all her friends were like, oh, my boyfriend is going to take me out, oh, my boyfriend is flying me to Dubai, oh, my boyfriend is going to do this and do that. And Mara was feeling left out, and because she was feeling left out, she decided to give this guy a chance, that's Johnson. Yes, decided to give Johnson a chance so that she would not be alone on Valentine's Day, and hopefully she will get a cute gift that she can post online and share with the gram. So she accepted Johnson's request and accepted to be his girlfriend. Johnson was, excited and happy and started taking her out, doing things for her, spoiling her silly, giving her gifts, sending her random text messages throughout the day to check up on her, romantic text messages, all those things that make a girl go mad. Yes, he was doing all the right things, checking out the right bosses, and he would try in between that time to to do one or two with Mara, but Mara did not agree because for Mara, that relationship was going to be short-lived. She was just in that relationship for what she can get specifically on Valentine's Day. She didn't really like Johnson. No way, you're not really attracted to somebody. Somebody can be a nice person, but you're not attracted to that person. So she was not really attracted to Johnson, and she just wanted to string him along until Valentine's Day comes and goes, and she gets her gift, her paparazzi gift that she'll share with the gram, and she would move on from that. Now, the relationship continued, and they were seeing each other. Towards Valentine's Day, Johnson was not asking Mara, do you want anything special? Is there anything that you want? Maybe hair, maybe clothes, maybe jewelry, maybe perfume, but shoes, what do you want? So Mara was like, just use your discretion and get me something. Anything that you get for me is fine by me. And Johnson was like, okay, fine, all right, I'm going to get you something. I'm going to make this our first Valentine's Day as a couple really special. So I was really excited, and Johnson was getting ready. Now, on Valentine's Day, Johnson called Mara, and Johnson asked Mara to come to a particular place, and when she gets there, she should just tell him that, and the particular place turned out to be a hotel. So Johnson said that he wanted to really make everything special for her. He had a lot of activities planned, and because I don't know if some of you are familiar with some houses, they usually give time. Okay, once it's 10 p.m., once it's 11 p.m., just lock the gate. No one is allowed to come in. So Johnson was like, because there is a deadline and a curfew in your own house, we can't go to your place when we're done with everything I have planned, and we can't also go to my place when we're done with everything I have planned. So I have booked this hotel room so that when we're done with everything, we can spend the night here, and in the morning we can go. I just have a lot of things planned, and we'll not be able to get back to the house on time. So Mara was like, okay, what did you plan? Because I really don't want to stay out late. And Johnson told her that, first of all, our night will start with a dinner at so and so place. And after the dinner, we'll go to the cinema, watch a movie. After watching the movie, we'll hit the club. And after the club, when the club is done, we'll come back to the hotel room, and then I will show you the gifts I'd gotten for you on Valentine's Day. And then Johnson was like, hope you got something for me on Valentine's Day. And Mara was like, oh no, you know, I'm the lady, and ladies are the ones who get Valentine's gifts, not the men. Mind you, men get Valentine's gifts. Yes, so if you're a lady, get something for someone you love, for that person that you love. Back to the story. So Mara was like, okay, fine, cool. I love the plan. You know, he really shows effort, A for effort. I really love it. And fine, I'm going to come and we're going to stay with you here. So she got dressed, you know, looked up with her dinner gown, and everything was just looking special. And he told her to wear something that, you know, can transcend to the three places, from dinner to cinema and then to club. So just wear something that can go through the gifts from the bed. And they were, you know, going to sleep. As they were sleeping, as they were about to sleep or in the sleeping mood, Johnson tapped her and was like, hey, are you sleeping? Then tried making out with her. And she wanted to like refuse, but iPhone, clothes, shoes, bags, hair, wristwatch, jewelry, nice time out. It was too much for her to say no, so she accepted. And you know, they are doing one or two. And when they were doing that one or two, Mara was like, oh my god, please can you just use like protection? And I was like, don't you trust me? Like, I'm devoted to you, I love you, I've been going at this, like I've been chasing you, asking you out for over a year now. Don't you trust me? I'm not in a relationship, I know my status, you know, just trust me, I'll take care of you, you have a good time, trustworthy, I love you all my heart, in fact I want us to lead to marriage. And with everything he has said, Mara was like, okay fine, let's just go on. And they did everything, and after packing everything up, they slept. Next day, Johnson dropped her off at her house, and that was it. Just later on, she tried calling Johnson, and Johnson wouldn't pick up. She tried calling him, he wouldn't pick up. She was like, what's wrong? She went to his house to see him. He wouldn't come out, he wouldn't respond. Just like that, he just ghosted her. At some point, she was like, okay, me self, I really didn't like this guy. That's the things that he would do for me on Valentine's Day that made me date him. Now that he's ghosted me and I've gotten everything I wanted for Valentine, it's fine. Even though I would have loved to get more things for him, but you know, it's fine. He has tried. Let me take this one and count my losses. I'm really grateful. At least I have a new phone and other gifts to show for it. You know, that continued until a few months on. She started getting sick. She went to the hospital only for her to find out that she had HIV. Yes. So Johnson had infected her with HIV, and the gifts and the phone and everything he got for her was payment for giving her HIV. Now, she was so angry, so sad. So there was a lot of emotion going through her, and she ran to Johnson's place, tried calling him, he wouldn't pick, so she went to his place. And luckily, she met him at home when he was just driving into the compound. So she comforted him, was like, why would you do this to me? You know you were HIV positive, and I even asked you to use protection and you didn't. You gave me all these assurances and now you gave me HIV. So just was like, yes, I know. I knew my status, I knew I had HIV, and I gave it to you on purpose because guess what? It was a lady like you that gave it to me, or you gold you guys. I know that you're not with me because you like me or anything like that. I know that you're with me because of what I would do for you and what you would get for me. I saw your chat with your friend, and a message popped up on your phone when we were hanging out one day and you had left your phone to go use the restroom. And I saw the chat and I saw that you really weren't with me because you love me. I wanted to tell you that this is it. But when I saw that chat, I was like, okay, fine. I will give you this HIV and give you what you want as well. And I did that. I gave you the phone, I gave you the clothes, I gave you everything you wanted. I gave you a nice time. And then I gave you HIV as well. You can sue me. Oh, she was heartbroken and depressed. She cried a lot. And her life continued, but now as someone who now had HIV. I hope you get the moral of the story. I'm not going to tell you the moral, but I hope you get it yourself. However, I need you to listen to your intuitions and don't let anybody's gifts pressure you to doing something you don't want to do, and be smart. Don't go to a hotel room, don't go to the person's house, don't allow the person to come to your house and stay for too long. Anything that will need you compromising, don't accept it. Okay? No, accept it. And I want you to remember something. Remember that you are whole, you're complete, you're beautiful, and because you're single right now, that doesn't mean that you're going to always be single. And because you are not financially stable enough to do for yourself all the things you want to do for yourself for Valentine's Day, doesn't mean that better days are not ahead. And because your husband is not really as romantic as you like him to be, it's not the end of the world. You are still beautiful, you are still lovable, you are still an astonishing person. And if you can't get anyone to give you what you want for Valentine's, I want you to replan and do something for yourself. Maybe write yourself something good, something nice, something encouraging, and get yourself a gift. And if you can't afford it, do something within your means, but always have a positive mindset and a positive attitude. That's what matters. I hope you're going to keep these things that I've shared with you in mind as you go on ahead to have a beautiful Valentine's Day. I'm going to have a beautiful Valentine's Day, and I don't know how my Valentine's is going to go, but if I don't know, I'm probably going to vlog and then share with you guys. I don't know, let's just see. If my Valentine is any fun, I'm going to vlog and share, but if it's not fun, then I'm going to leave it. No pressure here, no pressure here. Real life, let's see how real life goes. But now I don't have any much plans for Valentine's Day, but let's see how it goes. Okay, fine. Now let's move on to our bowl of words. As usual, the fun part of our advice. Let's pick a word. Let's pick something. I want something really special. Oh, I picked two. Okay, now it's one. My potential is limitless and I'm constantly expanding. That is our word, that is our affirmation, that is a word of encouragement for this week. My potential is limitless and I'm constantly expanding. So I want you to know that even as Valentine's Day is on, your current situation is not a permanent situation. There are better days ahead and more beautiful Valentine's Day that are going to happen. So be at peace with yourself. Don't pressure yourself and have a lovely time. Remember that Dear Woman shows on Aneke TV. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and drop a comment. And share with somebody that you know is about to make one or any of those mistakes I've listed during this video. Share this video with someone you know that is going to make at least one of those mistakes I said or I shared in this video. Share with them and make sure you don't fall victim of any of the things I've said. Let's have a beautiful Valentine's and let's empower each other as women. Remember, my name is still Chidima Asowa and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.